call this final board meeting of the year to order at 6:01. If you all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. If we'll take a roll call.
Bill Lambert.
Laura Berman. Laura Blakely.
Chris Chain, and we have Devin online. And
Devin Conley.
And Dr. Ruff, I know it's not on the agenda, but just for safety, should we about the teleconferencing, should we just kind of check in with the board and say everyone's okay with the teleconferencing?
Right. We actually listed the address that Trustee Conley is at, so we're good to go.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And she did post and send copies of the post that she did at her location.
Thank you. Any comments from the board about approving the agenda? If not, are there members? Yes, President Connolly.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Chang. I wanted to suggest that we move the superintendent's contract item 9Q up to item, say like 9F, or to before there, to earlier under review and action, if the board is amenable to that.
President Connolly, do you mean before F, before the JPA?
Yeah.
Are you saying before or after the item?
Before.
Before. Any comments from the board? Are members of the board fine with that?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda, moving item Q up to before item G. F. I'm sorry, before item F.
In item 9.
That's right, in item 9.
Okay.
I second.
So there's a motion by
Trustee Berman.
Trustee Berman and second by Trustee Lambert. We'll take public comments. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak on approval of the agenda? Seeing no members of the public wishing to speak on this item, there's a second and a motion. So all those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Agenda unanimously. Okay. And we are now going to take public comment on items on the closed agenda. That the many members of the public who wish to speak on the closed agenda. I see a card. So former Trustee Nelson. And let's put out, before you speak, we'll put up a timer for 3 minutes. And we do see some people online too. So after former Trustee Nelson, we have Anyang Liu. And let's wait a few more seconds for anyone else on Zoom. And we have a second Zoom speaker with the title parent. Okay, so we have 2 online speakers, and we'll start with in person. If the timer is 3 minutes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Started. You can start it. Yes, I want to remind you all that one of the purposes of the superintendent is to make sure that learning happens for all students and to follow the board policies on trying to do that in the board directions. Now you've seen this plot before. This is unfortunately how students across the district are meeting one of the 2 Common Core standards. And you've seen this before. The SED students, economically disadvantaged, are a factor of 4.5 less than the non-SED students in the district. This is for all the students that were measured from 3rd through 8th grade. So it's just a conglomeration. It's not trying to look at one particular grade or not, but it gives you a good indication of why this district is still one of the top in the state for the disparity between Hispanic students, which are a large proportion of our SED, and the white and the Asian students who have much less proportion of SED. This is one of the long-term responsibilities of the Chief Operating Officer, to see that these issues are addressed. And actually his performance evaluation is how much things change based on the way that he addresses them. And he works with his staff, who he works with day after day, month after month. I know this evaluation isn't over year after year, but that's part of the issue. All superintendents have had to deal with the issue of the pandemic, but this is one of the issues that matters a lot here. The other thing has to do with when the community gets upset with how this district operates, either how you or how it's perceived that you let the superintendent operate, that reflects on you, that reflects on this district. And that also, as we've seen in the survey, is going to reflect on how much people are willing to vote to spend extra taxes to continue supporting this district with a special education tax. So that also is part of what's going to happen based on how the community evaluates the superintendent and you. So remember that. I'm glad to see that actually is in the contract for the top administrators.
Thank you. And our first online speaker will be Nyong Liu. We'll set the timer for 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. I'm calling to comment on the superintendent performance evaluation. I have an incoming 6th grader at Graham. And just this week, I asked him, are you excited to go to Graham? And he was like, no, there's fights every day. And I know about the fight because I've seen the Instagram account. There's many of them. And it's heartbreaking. But I don't tell him about this stuff. But somehow he knows. I'm like, how did you know? He's like, oh, all my friends tell me about it, like everybody. So I feel like this year, or actually all these fights at Graham, I heard about it last year, I've heard about it this year. And then kids haven't gone to the bathroom. They avoid going to the bathroom all day. That means they don't drink water. Lack of hydration is really bad for them, and the bladder, and it's just unsafe environment. So I feel like the superintendent spends so much energy on fences, camera, like all these high-tech technology, but yet he doesn't spend enough money on like providing enough support for the staff, for the teachers, for the students. And so in that sense, I don't feel confident with him doing a good job in our district. And I feel like the contract doesn't end until June of next year. So I don't think it's necessary to, fast track this and start renewing the process this year, especially there's an incoming, set of new board member coming. Let them decide that when they come. Or if you're gonna have to decide contract, do it like a year and figure it out. But I hope that the trustee listen to the people and see what's going on in the community and decide not to, extend this contract for 3 more years. Thank you.
Our last speaker with the title Parent. If you can unmute when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm sorry for the label parent. This is Mohan Gurunathan. I'm the parent of a seventh grader at Graham, and I have been unable to figure out how to change my label, so sorry about that. Good evening, trustees. In your closed session performance evaluation for the superintendent, I would hope you take into account the following, and I'm going to read 10 points here. The first is the disastrous handling of the middle school schedule issue, which the superintendent tried to force through without community input and in spite of community opposition and under false pretenses. Number two, the fact that Graham Middle School is plagued by daily episodes of fighting, violence, bullying, vandalism, and substance abuse, that many kids don't even feel safe using bathrooms there, and that as parents, we are frightened every day to send our children to Graham. Three, that innumerable incidents of bullying, violence, harassment have been reported to the district and swept under the rug with total failure to respond or take action. Four, that the superintendent has spent tens of millions of dollars on locks, fences, gates, surveillance cameras, and other items that have made our school campuses resemble prisons rather than schools. Fifth, that we have spent countless hours arguing about putting more prison-like fencing around our cherished parks and green space in the community. Six, that our school administrators undergo a rotating game of musical chairs, where it's never clear who is in charge and responsible for keeping our kids safe. Seventh, that good qualified teachers are leaving our district in droves due to the conditions of working under this district. Eighth, that the long-lasting positive relationship between MVWSD and the city of Mountain View has been irreparably damaged by the superintendent's strong-arm negotiation tactics. Ninth, that there is a repeating theme of him trying to force through radical and unpopular initiatives that lack evidence and ignore and suppress community input. And finally, that our schools were in much better shape before Dr. Rudolph arrived in our district. And since then, the deterioration has been steep and steady. I hope, as our sole representatives and the protector of our children's interests, you'll consider these factors in your evaluation of the superintendent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that ends public comments on closed session. We will move to closed session and reconvene afterwards. We'll reconvene. It's, let's see, is President Connolly online? Let's see, and for those who came in, President Connolly is attending remotely. We will wait to have her attend. Well, this part I don't think she'll mind missing, but we'll just we'll reconvene right here at 8:18, and there was no action taken in closed session. The next is our consent agenda. Are there any members of the board who have any comments or items they wish to pull from the consent agenda? Okay. And
Staff,
actually, this one I want to make sure President Connolly's here now too.
sorry, staff would like to submit an updated consent personnel report to the consent agenda.
And I have some items I'll be pulling, but they will be quick, so I know it's a full agenda. So I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda with 3 items removed for short further discussion. Contract 6 on Dig Chavez.
I have a comment card in.
Yes, we'll have that. Once we make the motion, we'll take public comments on the agenda. So the motion is contract 6 on Dig Chavez. Second thing is the item H on Prop 28 on arts funding, and then item I on the district office construction pooled. So that's a motion to approve the rest of them with those 3 items removed. Is there
I have a comment before you vote.
Yeah, we won't be voting until, there's a motion, we won't vote on the motion until, but
Okay.
is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on our consent agenda? And we see 1 member in person. We'll see if there are any members online. Seeing no members online. We have former trustee Nelson. You'll have 3 minutes. If you can wait for the timer to show up.
Okay, I'll start right away. This is on item M, and it's just a compliment for the HR officer. This is one of the things that's a really important position, which is the at-risk intervention supervisors. And I was particularly glad to see, and I don't know if this was in the job descriptions before, but it had bilingual Spanish required. And I've said before that this administration has done a much improved job, a superior job. And I think when we were first on the board about making sure all administrative positions at the district level have written job descriptions and they are updated. And this is another example of that's being done well. And particularly bilingual Spanish is required in this position of at-risk innovation. For the community to efficiently work with our ethnic plurality parents, Hispanics are a plurality in this district. And I think parents who speak Spanish and might be fluent mainly in Spanish and not necessarily fluent English are probably not a majority, but a plurality. This is very important that these kinds of positions have that, and that it's put as one of the things. And the thing about taking off, not necessarily a former probation officer, is a good thing too for what kind of attitude this person will be approaching the students and their parents with. Thank you.
Thank you. So there was a motion by myself to approve the consent agenda with 3 items removed, and a second by trustee Lambert. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
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 That was approved unanimously. The first item removed the contract 6, Dig Chavez for the mindfulness. I just want to really briefly say I'll be a no vote on the contract. I really believe in the power of mindfulness and really welcome our leaders using it and then modeling it for their teachers and onto the kids. But the contract cost $160,000. That's $1,100 per session. I think is too high for a vendor who I don't think it warrants it. Is there any further comments, and either from staff or the board on this item? Otherwise, I'm going to make a motion to vote on this. If not, I make a motion, we vote on contract 6 for the contract on Dig Chavez. This is a motion to approve this item, contract item.
Do you need a second?
Yeah.
Second.
So a motion made by trustee Chain and a second by trustee Blakely. With that, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, there's been a motion by myself and a second by trustee Blakely. All those in favor of approving the Dick Chavez contract, say aye.
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 Those against, a nay. Let the record show that President Connolly, trustee Lambert, trustee Berman, and trustee Blakely in the affirmative, and trustee Chain in the negative. The next item, item H, Proposition 28, the arts. Support the audit document. I just had a comment that I know that we are deferred how we're going to spend the money until the future. I just think there was an interesting EdSource report. I don't know if you saw it, that some school districts have been under scrutiny of kind of moving money around and not using the Prop 28 money to add more arts and visual arts teacher, arts and performing arts teachers. They just like moved money out of what they were already spending on the arts and just like backfilled with the Prop 28 against the language of the bill is language of the law is very clear against that. And I know we aren't doing that. We are moving the funds to the future, but I certainly would welcome us seeing things like theater teachers in the middle schools. Right now, our theater programs we outsource for that at Graham and Crittenden, and we have these amazing auditoriums. And you can only imagine if for a district our size, to have a full-time theater teacher, what that could mean. So that was just my comment. But is there any other board members who have a comment? Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item on our audit for Prop 28? Okay. If not, I'll make a motion. We approve that item H, Prop 28, arts funding.
I second.
So the motion by trustee Chain, a second by trustee Berman. All those in favor of approving item H, say aye.
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 It's approved unanimously. And last one, I thank you, the board. I know it's unusual to have so many consent items pulled. Item I on the approval of the schematic design for alterations at district office. I've already said in the past, I will make sure that I don't think we should be spending money on buildings we've built recently in district level. So I'll be a no vote. Is there any members of the board who wish to speak on this item? Any members of the public who wish to speak on the schematic and budget approval for district office? We see one. Okay. Former trustee Nelson, you have 3 minutes on that. Oh, and we have 2 comments on this. We see one in person and one online with the name Nancy. We'll go with the in-person first. Former trustee Nelson.
Former colleague Chang, you've been consistent in every discussion I've ever had with you, including before we were actually elected or on this board, about wanting to spend money first, bond money first, for stuff, facilities that directly impact students, that has to do with student welfare. My thing at the time was that it be spent on $250,000 that wasn't spent on middle school science labs at Graham, that I felt that all the science teachers there wanted, and the administration didn't want to spend that $250,000. This is an example of something that can be left. Tables can be moved around, workstations can be plugged in different places. The district office staff can do with this square footage that they have now and let it go for a couple of years and see how much money is actually left over when we get towards the end of this bond spending. Just because there's been authorization to spend it, I don't know if you guys have issued all the bonds, sold all the bonds on this, so you have a 3-year period when you got to get rid of the money because it's going to burn a hole in your pocket and you're going to get into trouble with the state. But that's not good stewardship public tax revenue. Because this is all borrowed. This money is all paid back by the taxpayers. They're good, as the president has talked about. They get an A+ for supporting these schools, but you have to get an equivalent A+ on supporting the students first. And district office wants, not needs. Second. Thank you. Vice President Chang, thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one comment online as we timer has been reset. A person titled Nancy, you may start when you're ready.
Hi, good evening. It's Nancy Actor. I just want to, I guess, reiterate what's already been said in that we have fairly new district offices, and the amount of money that is being proposed to be spent on this seems to be awfully high for a redesign. So I'm just commenting, I guess, in opposition of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the comment. Actually, before we take a motion and vote on this, there's a discrepancy in the agenda and the slides for this item. I just want to clarify. On the agenda, it shows us 2.1 million for the district office spending, this budget. On the slides, it's 2.7 million, so there's a 600,000 discrepancy. Can we get clarification if we are approving 2.1 or 2.7 million? That's slide 15, where it shows 2.7 million.
Dr. Westover or Mr. Cave?
It is the 2.718,640 on the slide is the correct number.
Okay, so I'm going to make this, since it's different on the agenda, I want to make this really clear. Is there a motion to approve 2.7? So it's $2,778,640. So that's updated from the agenda. Is there a motion to approve that?
Excuse me, Trustee Chang, is there time to ask questions?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's
Or is
pull
that
down.
after we?
Oh no, we can, like I was trying to expedite, but there's questions, please.
Well, I had submitted a question on this that was answered in the questions from trustees, but this is not just this district building. It includes all these portables out here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the portables out there are aging. At one point, when we thought Bolus was coming, we were going to use them for that. We've been looking at overhauling those portables for quite some time. And when I looked at the schematics, it looked like that was a significant portion of the work.
It is. It's really to do two things. When this bond was envisioned, we weren't a one-to-one environment. So we now have 5,000 devices that are floating anywhere. So this affords our tech department, which has outgrown its space, to be able to adjust. And this also addresses the need for special ed to meet their needs, considering the amount of coordinators and additional help, but also provides parents with a place to meet with the special ed team that is not within the district office. And then it also renovates the other portables so that we can use those for other uses, which we at some point will, as a board, or we'll bring back to the board about what other possibilities can be there.
Thank you for clarifying. So did you need a second on the?
Well, we have one.
I have a question for Dr. Rudolph. At one time, I believe we were renting or leasing the portables. Are we still leasing those, or do we own them?
We own all the portables here. We've owned. We discontinued our leasing of them.
Okay. I'll make the motion that the board of trustees approve the schematic design and budget with the modification from the agenda that it's 2.7 million for the alterations to the district office and portable complex project. Is there a second?
Second.
So second by trustee Blakely. All those in favor say aye.
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 And all those
Aye.
nay. That's me. So let the record show that trustee President Connolly, trustee Lambert, trustee Berman, and trustee Blakely in affirmative, and trustee Chain in the negative. So that completes our consent agenda. We are on to communications from employee organizations.
Did we approve the rest of the consent calendar?
We did.
Okay, thank you.
No communications from employee organizations, from district committees? And then if not, communications from our superintendent.
So thank you, and glad to do the end of the meeting. Just have a couple of quick updates. So the first one is I do want to start off with some congratulations. We'll start first at Bub. So we are appointing on the personnel report a new principal, Ms. Chung, who is coming from Palo Alto and will be joining us. She has extensive experience up and down the peninsula, as well as in New York City. And then at Montaloma, we also will be bringing in a new principal, Ms. Jing Uji. So she is coming from the outside of the Sacramento area, and we're super excited to have her. A couple of changes at Crittenden will take place. Ms. Flores Akey is announcing her retirement, but she will stay on and become a principal at large to help with the transition. And Ms. Thompson, who's been the assistant principal there, will be assuming the principal role. So I want to congratulate her. And also, I know we'll have a time to celebrate Ms. Flores Akey a little bit later, but, I want to wish her well on her impending retirement. And then we also want to welcome back Mr. Chesley, who is moving from teacher to assistant principal at Crittenden. He's been an instrumental support at the school site. And so we're super excited to have him back on the administrative team. The second item, just real quick, had a great presentation up in San Francisco around teacher housing. Super excited to learn some of the things that we don't know, just because Jefferson Union was there and they have just actually completed this process. So we're able to steal a lot of the stuff from them, including timelines and some other items. So we're excited because we know we're looking at around November for the building to be turned over to us. And we have a lot of things to do between now and November, now that we feel pretty confident that the electricity is up and going. So we're going to be moving. There's a lot of work between now and November that we'll be putting in front of the board, but I'm super excited that our goal is to have a lease up in January. So we're coming closer and closer to that time. And we also will be extending, President Conley has already extended an invitation to Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, and we will extend that also to Senator Butler, who I met with, as well as a couple other delegations, and of course, our city council and county supervisors and other elected officials. So sometime around August, around Congress's break, we hope to have an opportunity for both our local leaders as well as our national leaders to come and join. Just want to let the board know that we're trying out another piece of technology. One of the things that we sort of took away from this year is that while we do a great job of communicating in Spanish, that there are times when there are languages that we don't have translating for. And so we've actually been piloting a translator, a voice translator in one of our classrooms. And the teacher actually said it was really great. So we are currently going to try Vasco translator. It was rated as one of the best translators out there. We've been testing it against Google Translate and noticing that there are some distinct differences between how it translates and how Google translates. And we're super excited about it. And the beauty of it is that it comes with a lifetime Wi-Fi sort of SIM card. So there's no additional cost outside of the upfront costs. But super excited to be able to communicate with our families. Every single site will have one of these, just because we know that there are members within our community who sometimes struggle to communicate. And we purchased a couple extra ones, especially for our special ed department, so that when they're translating documents, and it does have that ability to translate documents too, they can give this to a parent so that they can use it. So I know teachers at Castro also asked for one, and we have some additional conversations that we need to talk about before we try to roll it out in the classroom, but we at least wanted to test it to see where it's at. And then the last one, just, I just want to wish Trustee Chang a congratulations on your marriage. So you and I have both that in common. And then it's been great working with you over the course of the years. I really do appreciate not only the book, which I still have. It's still one of the few yellow books that I have on my bookshelf. My wife color coded them. But it's always been great, and I've always appreciated, your innovative spirit and your push to always sort of be on the cutting edge. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I know that this is your last meeting, but really want to say I've appreciated all of our conversations and our dialogue, and I wish you the best as you start this next chapter of your life.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. That means a lot to me.
Vice President Chang, I was sort of fumbling when you talked about district committees.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
May I
we
make a
can,
quick-
of course.
I'm not sure it's exactly a district committee, but I've been serving as the Mountain View Wisconsin's representative on the JPA that is CHAC, and CHAC is going away. Pacific Clinics will very likely be, well, almost certainly be taking over the building that CHAC is in. And continuing many of the services that CHAC has provided, although they won't have the same school contracts that CHAC has had. But I just wanted to share that there's going to be a CHAC legacy celebration party next Friday, a week from tomorrow, from 4 to 6 at CHAC's building at 590 West El Camino, at the intersection of View and El Camino. And everybody is welcome who's interested in sort of celebrating CHAC's legacy. So thank you.
Yeah. And I just wanted to finish, Dr. Roth, thank you for the comment. Thank you for the card about, we don't usually have meetings in the summer, so this will likely be my last meeting. But given that the board's not doing like an appointment thing, it's when I move out, I will be submitting my formal resignation to the county superintendent upon me moving out of my apartment, which sometime this summer. But I don't think we'll have a meeting during that time. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on communications? We have one member of the public.
You can see when this is on.
We have the timer up, so
You can see this is unplanned because I didn't turn in the yellow card. Yeah, the superintendent talked about having something that's been piloted, piloted, I mean, people's tried it, not a rollout of this translation stuff, which is, of course, blows us away when we've seen how much software can do now. But I'd like to ask you guys to consider not being cheap, okay? I have chastised you for being cheap when it comes to spending money for schools with lots of economically disadvantaged kids. In particular, I think I was listening deep enough to hear the superintendent say that the teachers at Castro have asked for one of these cards. Castro isn't a dual language school. There is no requirement for the teachers there to be fluent in Spanish, to be able to talk to most of their parents who are Spanish language speaking parents. That is not a requirement for being a teacher in that school. Many of them do, but many of them aren't that great. I think you shouldn't be cheap. I think you ought to direct the superintendent when it, and maybe he'll pick it up on his own, so I won't have to keep on bringing this up and flinging it at you guys, to just go ahead and spend that money. Spend the money, buy it for the teachers at Castro, because the teachers at Castro can't always talk to their Spanish speaking parents in a way that's fluent. And having this extra aid for people who are not tested as being fluent in Spanish, to be able to talk to their constituencies, the parents are the constituencies in this case, and if not in their own voice and in a translated voice. Don't be cheap. These are poor parents in many cases. Don't be cheap.
thank you. We will then move on to, it's now the part of our agenda for comments on things that are not on the agenda. The board welcomes this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Speakers are requested to complete a speaker card and state their name for the record. And Are there any people who wish to speak on non-agenda items? Let's see. These are those. And there seems to be no one online. We have one member of the public wishing to speak on items non-agenda. And former trustee Nelson, if you could just to assist on our minutes, if you can complete the cards after the fact for these.
Sure.
Yeah, each one separately for all the time.
I know.
Thank you. You may start when you're ready.
This is former trustee Nelson. Yeah, I've shown you this before. This is the rankings of, I made it clear, and somebody fortunately told me, you spelled something wrong again. This is the elementary rankings from last year's Common Core test, including a little bit of the science test of how our elementary schools rank. This is a reason I keep on bugging you. This school has been segregated since it was formed as a escuela school on the Castro farm close to 150 years ago. I know those parents don't want to have their kids forced bus. Trustee Berman, of course they don't. But they don't want their school and their kids to be ranked, down in the bottom 5,000 of the elementary schools in the state of California. This number shouldn't be down here. There is plenty of money in this district to allocate it to bring it up towards Therikoff, which is the second ranked down school. There's plenty of money, Trustee Blakely, if you do one of the less expensive transportation options for economically disadvantaged, as you guys were given by your consultants, to start transporting the students that want to, families from economically disadvantaged, to Stevenson. I noticed that you guys haven't even looked at what the Stevenson lottery has done this year. Those numbers went in there in January. If it was successful getting towards the proportion that economically disadvantaged represent in this district, I think the superintendent and the staff would have been ecstatic and would have given you a report right away. But here's what I think's happened. I haven't done my Public Records Act thing yet, but I will over the summer. I think it's shown there's been a small proportion that have applied for Stevenson because they don't have a way to transport themselves when they're a poor family. They don't have a way to go from the edge of the district, like the family supportive place that's out on Evelyn, close to the Sunnyvale border. They get transportation provided to Landals, and the middle schools get to Graham, but you guys aren't coming up with any money. The way you support poor families is you have to spend money. As I said before, don't be cheap.
Thank you. And we'll be now moving on to our review and discussion. And this is a very full agenda. So I just ask that presenters for the district staff, we to be as concise as possible. This is a very ambitious to what we have on this many items. Item A, field trips, parent drivers, and an update on this program. Dr. Ruff?
If it's all right, I may present tonight. I have a couple of people here to help with the presentation. I also have Terry Lambert, who is principal of Stevenson, and Brian Perrone, who is the director of MOT. So this item is being brought back to trustees on the request of trustees to revisit field trips, parent drivers, and the DMV employer pull notice program. I'm going to speed through our strategic plan. Back to our background. So before we start, wanted to talk a little bit about how the current climate has changed in general across the state, actually across the nation. The district is currently investigating and also named in current sexual abuse and molestation cases, also known as SAMS cases. SAMS cases are often settled before going to court due to the significant cost of litigation. And something that sometimes we need to take into account is that settlements and increased insurance premiums take away of what could be spent in the classroom. Looking at liability in general and the large settlements, either settlements or verdicts, and how they've changed over the past 10 to 15 years. Back in 2016, the largest verdict was 30 million, and then up to 2018, 500 million. So just to give context of how things have changed for public entities. Also looking at the median or average top 50 verdicts, going from 27.7 million in 2014 up to 54.33 million in 2018. Also looking at general liabilities claims. So this is not just SAM's cases, this is general liability that we see that there's been an annual growth for over a decade. So the change in the 23-24 school year, the district stopped allowing parents to drive on field trips due to safety and equity concerns. The safety concerns were brought up during our district safety audit because our parents were not being screened. The only school that utilized parent drivers was Stevenson. Parent drivers are not fully vetted. The level of insurance required to drive was also cited as a reason why some Stevenson parents could not drive on the field trips. The previous process, the parents would pull their DMV record up to 1 week in advance. The district looked into pulling the records themselves, but a minimum of a 1.5 months notice would be required because the DMV process still uses paper and mails them. Any accident would disqualify a driver since staff does not have the training to investigate accident records. We also required proof of insurance. This proof of insurance was also seen as a barrier for entry for parents that wanted to drive but didn't necessarily have these insurance limits. Parents were also requested to do fingerprinting. The concern, so with the previous system, parents could be involved in a significant accident over the weekend and drive on a field trip on Monday. There were no safety checks on the vehicle and no driver training. Parents would be alone in the car with students without direct supervision, and the liability that this places on the district is significant. Additionally, if the field trip was part of the curriculum or at Stevenson, they referred to them as OLEs or off-site learning experiences, a parent that did not want their child to be driven by another parent or in a parent vehicle, there was not another option provided for participation. So I'm going to pass it over to our Director of MOT to talk about the current laws for bus drivers and student transportation.
Good evening, trustees. I'd like to review some of the current laws for bus drivers and student transportation. School bus drivers have a minimum of 20 hours of classroom instruction and 20 hours of behind the wheel instruction, along with defensive driving techniques. The drivers have to pass 4 written tests at DMV and pass multiple tests at the CHP, including driving and written. They have to pass a pre-employment drug test, fingerprinting, background check, physical exam, and have a clean driving record. Plus, the district has cameras and GPS tracking in all of their district vehicles and buses. They have to do daily pre-trip inspections. The buses get maintenance inspections every 45 days, and all drivers are enrolled in the DMV Employer Pull Notice program. Every year on the enrollment date, the EPM program will automatically generate a driving record for every person that is enrolled. The district is also notified when a driver has any of the following actions or activities added to their driving record: convictions or failures to appear, accidents, DUIs, driver's license suspensions or revocations, basically any action taken against their driving privilege. There is a new law going into effect July 1st, 2025 called SB 88. The state is regulating and adding new requirements for drivers employed or contracted by a district that provide transportation services to students in a vehicle with a max capacity of 10, which means 9 students plus the driver. This excludes parent drivers. All drivers must have a satisfactory driving record as well as a criminal background check and fingerprinting. They also must be enrolled in the DMV EPN program. The driver must comply with drug and alcohol testing, complete a medical examination, and provide a copy of the medical certificate of clearance every 2 years to the DMV. They also must submit a TB clearance and will have limitations on driving hours, so they are alert when they are driving. The drivers must complete an initial student transportation training and a subsequent training throughout the year. They must complete a pre-trip inspection for any vehicle they're driving. They must be first aid certified, and all vehicles must have a first aid kit and fire extinguisher. All vehicles must be inspected every 12 months or 50,000 miles at a facility licensed by the Bureau of Automotive Repair.
So we'll pass it off to Principal Lambert, who will talk about some updates on Stevenson trips.
Good evening, trustees. This table just gives a snapshot of the past 2 years. And what I wanted to tell you here is that each spring, the staff evaluate all the field trips to ensure that there's tight alignment with the curriculum so that we're using our time for students to the best advantage. And so these numbers came from that evaluation spreadsheet that we do every spring with the number of, and I just simply counted up the number of field trips. So the cost to Stevenson PACT, the field trips are funded by PACT, and this slide just shows the difference between the 2 years. And you can see that it was higher this past year. Next slide. This table is showing the transportation picture from this past year. So there were 36 total trips that required transportation. 10 of them we were able to use a district bus. 9 of them we weren't eligible to use a district bus because the destination was outside of operating hours. And then there were 17 that we were eligible to use a district bus. However, a driver wasn't available. And on this last slide, you can see it's just some of the advantages and disadvantages that I gathered from PACT meetings, from individual conversations with parents and with staff. So the advantage, of course, is the cost is less to use parent drivers. It encourages parent involvement in the school, and it allows the school to take a greater number of field trips if they choose to because the cost is less. The disadvantage, I think that Dr. Westover and Brian have talked about some of the safety concerns, but another one worth mentioning is many parents are okay with the risk of having their child in someone else's cars, and many parents are not. So that came out during this past year. And also the drivers, the process to clear a parent driver is really complex for both the parent and for the staff. So, and I think that, in the interest of time, I know you've read all of this, so we can move on.
So staff was asked to bring back choices for the board to consider. Looking at least conservative options for option 1 all the way to most conservative, we've listed out different things that the board could consider if they choose to allow parent drivers, asking parents to carry insurance and indemnify the district. We're asking that parents pull their DMV records 1 week prior, or enrolling them in the DMV EPN program. So this would allow the real-time notices, complete a background check as part of the volunteer process, requesting written parent consent to ride in another parent's car. And if that consent is not granted, making sure that there is another option provided for that student. Release of emergency information of student medical information to the parents driving. So if there's an accident on the road, they have their medical information available, or having 2 non-related adults in the car for the field trip. And I'll pass it back over to Brian Perrone to talk about the new process for booking field trips.
Going into the 24-25 school year, there will be a new process for booking field trips called Trip Finder. TripFinder is a software solely designed for managing field trip requests, approvals, and resource allocations. We currently use multiple documents, but this program will replace the current processing in the coming year. TripFinder provides selected district personnel secure access and enables them to submit requests, identify students for the trips, and monitor approvals. The next two slides go into more detail, but I know you've read them, so I will not review them at this time.
All right, now we'd like to ask for some board direction on what they would like to move forward with or what options.
And thank you for the presentation, and thank you for how concise it was. Members of the board, questions? Trustee Lambert.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. One of the early slides, you mentioned that during the 23-24 school year, we stopped allowing parents to drive on field trips due to equity concerns. What were the equity concerns?
There were several that were brought up. One was the cost for insurance, that not all parents carry that level of insurance. Not all parents can get off work to drive. So some parents who wanted to felt like they weren't able to participate. And then if Megan Pullman is on, I believe there was another piece to it. Or maybe Terry Lambert can chime in.
Well, I think you hit the two main ones. It was the cost of the insurance and just the inability to be able to drive because of work.
Question. So I recall when we talked about this before, there was a long discussion about why buses could not be used for these field trips. Could you refresh my memory about why we can't just have buses available for all the field trips?
It's a mixture of different reasons. This past year, we were down drivers for the majority of the school year, so that played a part of it. Some of Stevenson's field trips that they take are also outside of our busing hours. So they need to leave when we're doing morning pickup and drop off, or they need to return during a time which our buses are doing home to school transportation. And then ultimately, we are able to provide one field trip per child in the entire district, but we are not set up to be a field trip transportation provider. Our transportation team is staffed to provide home to school transportation currently.
Thank you.
Yeah, just kind of in that vein, I know it said we were short at least one bus driver for more than 3/4 of the year last year. Is there a likelihood, I'm hoping, that we'll be able to be fully staffed next year? And then you just suggested that even if we were fully staffed, we wouldn't necessarily have enough staff to provide buses for field trips in addition to the home to school thing. I'm wondering how many more staff and or buses would be required to get to that position where we could also staff the field trips.
In terms of staffing levels, we looked at what we pay our bus drivers. We're very, very competitive. I think there is just a shortage nationwide of bus drivers that we're managing. Every other district is also experiencing the same shortage. We're hopeful next year that we'll be fully staffed. But in this particular area, it's hard to determine whether we will or not. Could we bring our staffing levels up to bus all of our field trips? It is possible. The number of field trips Stevenson has, we would have a very robust department, and I would need to get back to you on how many more people we would need to hire for that. Off the cuff, though, I would say that maybe we're looking at almost $1 million if we want to try to staff to the level of every school taking the field trips that Stevenson is taking.
Thank you.
And a follow-up question then. Stevenson has significantly more field trips than other schools in our district?
Yes.
Trustee Berman?
Yeah, I guess just to follow up on that, Stevenson does have, has that always been the case with the Stevenson PAC program, that they part of their model is to have these excursions or field trip experiences, and they align to the program that they have. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you just say a little bit more about the DMV EPN program? I read that that's for employees, but I think I saw on the column that could be an option as one of the options if we had parent drivers that we could enroll them. So it sounds like we can enroll even individuals that aren't employees. Is that correct? And I'm wondering at what cost?
Yes, so it's similar to fingerprinting. They would come in and provide their driving information, and they would enroll as a volunteer in the DMV EPN program. It's another layer to add to HR of what they need to manage. Part of this is that every year they need to go through to make sure if the drivers are no longer in our system that they exit them from the system. So it's a lift for HR.
Essentially, it provides us with real-time data in the event that there's an accident. So the current system, which is also the least conservative option, is to allow parents to simply pull their records and provide it to the school and for the school to check it. The DMV EPN program provides that information to us. So we would get, similar to what our bus drivers get, you would get real-time data in the event that a parent is in an accident, which would disqualify them from being able to drive.
I had two questions. First one, on the options list, when so it says parent insurance indemnification for liability. That I understand that's pretty common, driver's insurance. But could you explain more about what do you mean by parent insurance to protect against SAMs? Are you asking parents to get liability insurance against sexual abuse that they may commit? I'm trying to understand what you mean by that policy.
Yeah, I reached out to our JPA who provides our insurance, and they have suggested forms that we can use and adopt for our use. And part of it is that the parents' insurance take primary. So if something were to happen, even if it was an accident, that their insurance would cover it first before coming over to the district.
So this is regarding like who's first in the line of like driver's insurance, right? So because like in driver's insurance policies, it doesn't usually cover sexual abuse. So I'm just trying, I don't know if that was just a comma, and are we just saying that we want a parent's driver's insurance to be first in line, or are we saying that we're seeking parents to go seek a personal liability insurance beyond driver's insurance that people typically have?
Yeah, I think this would be requesting that the parents take the initial agree to indemnify and hold the district harmless. This would be something I guess the board could choose to remove if they wanted to.
It'd be like contractual language that so it's like it's like a signature and not them having to go seek personal liability insurance.
Correct.
And this last question, to your best recollection, have we ever had a parent driver in this district be accused of sexually abusing a child on a field trip itself? Like not as in like parents been revoked volunteer access for the records, but incidents of abuse happening during a drive. Has that ever happened to our recollection?
No.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Let me see online. Okay. Oh, so President Connolly, my apologies.
No problem. Thank you. Dr. Westover, if you could pull up slide 26, which is the options for allowing parent drivers. I had a question. It shows when we're looking at the requirement, it says for the insurance and indemnification. I think part of what Vice President Chang was getting at was the distinction between the insurance and the indemnification. And it sounds like the SAMS falls under the indemnification, whereas the parent insurance is the liability insurance. But here, is that supposed to be $1,000 or $10,000 for liability?
This was supposed to be 100,000, so the zeros and the comma are off completely. But
Okay.
Ultimately, I think that the purpose of this was more that we would follow the advice of our JPA, because our JPA has standard forms that they send out to that they can provide to districts to use. Not that we would be creating our own, that we would follow the advice of our JPA as well as our attorney.
Okay, but that's for the indemnification versus the liability insurance. So, as Vice President Chang was trying to allude to, there isn't a SAM's liability insurance.
No.
Okay, all right. That's my only question. Thank you.
Trustee Lang.
Another short question. Sorry. In other school districts, do they, is it common to allow parent drivers?
I think it varies from district to district. I think even within our own district, we can see that it varies from school site to school site. Stevenson was the only one previously that was using parent drivers, and we see the same type of thing from district to district. It's not uniform.
Thank you. Are there members of the public that wish to comment on this item about, this is a discussion, not an action item on parent driver policies? We have 2 members in person, and let's wait a little longer to see if there's any members online. Okay, it looks like there are no members online, so we have, oh, actually, Lori Calvis with that. Okay, and okay, and thank you, Trustee Nielsen, for the card. We will start. And Trustee Nielsen, just formality, while you turn the card, please wait until we call the person to the podium because you don't know the order of who will present first. So yeah. Oh, 2 now. Thank you. 4 people. So we will limit this to 2 minutes presentations. And again, if that's not enough, please submit the follow-up in email. And we will start with our in-person. So it'll be Trustee Nelson and then Nyang Liu next. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Of course, everybody knows what the JPA is. This is the insurance JPA because it's a joint powers authority that's a bunch of school districts. So the question of how many other ones are doing this, what really matters is how many others in this JPA that we're a member of are doing this. And obviously, other ones are doing it, otherwise they wouldn't have these standard forms. The other question comes down to be a match of something that Trustee Chang was saying. Okay, we told the JPA we weren't going to do this, letting parents drive. How many tens of thousands of dollars did we save on our insurance that we had to pay to the JPA because we did this? That's a question for Dr. Westover. It's a dollars and cents question. So the argument against doing this is it costs more money. Well, last year we didn't do it. So how much money did we actually save that the JPA didn't charge us? Because they say, oh, now we know you're not doing this, you're less of an insurance liability, and we as a well-functioning insurance JPA, it's almost like a mutual insurance fund, says your risks have gone down, your insurance costs go down. So this is a dollar and cents question for the chief financial officer that's presenting this. And sorry I didn't have it before.
Our next in-person comment is by Nyang Liu.
Hi. Thank you for bringing this back to the discussion. I really appreciate this. I just have a few points. So I checked, and I know I have a lot of friends who are in parent participation school in the Santa Clara County. So I specifically talked to them. I'm like, what's your rule? What's going on over there? And I know for a fact, Washington Open, let parents drive. Krista McCullough and this Discovery School in the San Jose, they all allow parent driver, and these are parent participation school. They have like years and years of, this institutional knowledge of how this work, how to get parent to volunteer, how to get parent drive. And then with the bus, there's the cost constraint because now it costs more money. And not only that, there's no bus driver. So, I mean, we've had this issue last year. How do you think it's gonna happen next year? I mean, you can think through the rosy glass and say, yeah, we'll get more driver, but there's just no bus driver. And as Dr. Westover said, it's a national-wide issue. So I don't think that is gonna be resolved. The equity concern, parent can drive, doesn't mean that other parents cannot. You don't need all 24 parents to drive kids. when I first started, my son was in kinder and I have a little baby and I cannot go on these field trips. And I was very thankful that there are other parents who are able to drive my kids. So they get to have this hands-on learning experience outside of the four walls of school. And like, that's the thing that they remember. That's the thing that they learn most. So, you know, I hope that the boards allow parent driver. Oh, and also the driving record, those out of school, they only pull it once a year. Like, it's not do it a week before, because that make it harder for us to make it happen. So I don't want, you know, saying yes, but making it harder for us to operate by saying we need to submit records a week in advance, because that makes it harder to organize, harder for parents to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two members of the public. One just lowered their hand, but I'll assume that they still may want to speak. We'll start with Laura Calvas, and with the timer set for 2 minutes. So, Laura, thank you.
Hi. Yeah, my name's Laura Calvas. I'm the incoming chair of the PAC Foundation, and I wanted to first say thank you for bringing this. We sent a letter to the district and the board that detailed some of our position and our ask for why we are hoping to bring back parent drivers, and ideally more bus availability from the district so that we can continue to provide the programs we do that are key to the mission of our school. And so I just thank you for bringing it back, and please consider providing us with more flexibility and options.
Thank you. And earlier, Nancy had risen their hand. So our last speaker on this item, Nancy. Thank you. You can start when you're ready.
Thanks. I'll keep this brief. I pulled my hand down just because my comment is short. I think the Stevenson crew has a very robust volunteer base. And I think if the school district and the board is willing to work with parents, they will come up with innovative solutions. That's been my experience with Stevenson. And so there are concerns like single parent drivers alone with the students. Perhaps we could pair up parents from different groups to drive and have a passenger parent as well. There are lots of solutions here that I don't see on the board. One of them might be even considering commercial transportation or considering volunteers for helping to coordinate whatever our transportation department doesn't have the manpower to coordinate. So I just want to put it out there that there are a lot of options that could still be on the table for solving this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn this over to board comments. Dr. Westover, is it possible for us to project the option slide 26 again? Just for its easy reference for the... Yeah, so I imagine there'll be more members who wish to speak. I just want to have that up. And Trustee Conley, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Chang. So when we look at the options, I'm excited to offer an option. I would definitely like to offer an option. I am a former Stevenson Pact teacher myself and did 20 field trips a year with my kindergarten students. I know how impactful those trips are, but it was very difficult to do, even when we were doing walking field trips as well. It's just a lot of work. But I think the parent driver option helps preserve this opportunity at the school site. Some things that came up tonight or in the presentation when I was reading it ahead of time, I had never thought about before, like the idea of making sure there was a release of emergency information for the student's medical information to the parents, and that also that parents gave consent for their child to be in another parent's car. So I lean towards options 3 or 4, in part as well because the DMV EPN program is real-time notices. But I'm open to, where the rest of the board falls in consideration on these. But I would like to bring parent drivers back.
Thank you, President Connolly. I'm going to just real quickly jump in because I think I share a lot of the same sentiments as President Connolly. I, I I urge our board to look at these 4 options not as static and actually consider like maybe taking pieces of each because like just by looking at the districts around us, there's such a diversity of policy when it comes to volunteer drivers. So I don't want us to think that there's only one way to do this. This on some level, especially when it comes to liability, it's all about like what a community, what level of security a community wishes to do. Just to give you a summary, I know we talked about this last time. In Sunnyvale, they require a background check. That's the only school district around us that requires a background check, and they do permit, they encourage parent, they call them enhanced volunteers. They encourage parent drivers, but they require a background check. Paulton Unified, they have the 300,000 liability, which is higher than the state requirement, but that's what they do, a pretty common number. And they, rather than require a DMV pool, they just ask the parents to check on a yes or no, is your driving record in good standing? It's just yes, no question, rather than some formal pull from the DMV. That's Palo Unified. MVLA, they do the same 100,000, 300,000 liability, and they have them indemnify by holding the district harmless. So we see a diversity of plans up there. Well, the one thing I want to encourage us to pick between these is that I don't like the way we kind of catastrophize this issue by talking about sexual abuse when in my 20 years as an educator, I've never heard of students being victimized on a drive on a trip. And there's some policies here who I think are quite creative, and also not onerous to the communities like Stevenson, which is one of our largest elementary schools, which parent driving is a critical part to the program. Having 2 non-related adults in the car, that seems like actually a really practical solution if we went that route, right? Because children can't sit in the front seat anyway of a car, right? So if you're a parent participation school, maybe having 2 adults not related is a really safe way, far less onerous than having them to pull DMV records on a regular basis in order to volunteer. And I'm really glad that the board is bringing this back, and I really hope that we resume allowing parent drivers because the equity issue just doesn't make sense. Because if you look at the PTAs across our district, PTAs are now allocating money for something they hadn't before, particularly at Stevenson, money to pay for our school buses to drive them. And then communities that previously were using parent volunteers, which are now paying for school buses, means that the school buses aren't available for other places in the community. So we've created through policy a problem where a problem did not exist, where there was not a safety issue. And now we have not only PTA spending money, we're actually taking resources away by having school buses busier than they need to be. Because we have school sites saying they want to use parent drivers, they want to for local trips, and that'd be alleviating school buses. That actually would help with equity rather than have parent PTAs spending this. It's now their largest. Did everyone on the board see how much money is being allocated by Stevenson on their drivers? Which item that did not have before. We also got a board update from Blandels, I think, who also had an increase in the amount of money they were earmarking for parent drivers. So if it was, I think that while it is an option 4, I think that 2 non-related adults in the car, that might be something worth looking at and encourage. I think releasing emergency information sounds like really good. So I agree with President Connolly that option 4. The only thing I just don't agree with option 4 is the DMV, the real-time notice that just seems like a poison pill. It's not done by any district around us. It seems unnecessary. So if it was everything but the DMV regular pool and just have them check that they're in good standing, we have to not look so far to find that educators who do background checks have unfortunately had situations where they harm kids, right? So these background checks aren't foolproof, right? So I would encourage us to do option 4, including the background check. And I think Sunnyvale has good practice on how they do that. And consent, all the things that President Connolly said, but pull out the DMV pool, because I think that's just onerous. Trustee Blakely?
Just very briefly, I feel very strongly in agreement with you that we must have parent consent. I think it's crazy to say your kid's going to go on a field trip and some other parent's driving and you didn't sign off. So regardless of the option, I want to get that. And then also the release of emergency information seems critical in case of an accident. And I like higher insurance. That you said 100,000, 300,000. I'd like to at least explore getting that up because if there were an accident and a child is harmed, $10,000 doesn't cut it. The DMV records, I think once a year is probably fine, but I'm open to options. I just want to make sure that there's parent consent and the emergency information is available. Thank you.
Just to clarify, because I'm trying to keep track of this. So on this chart here is saying pulling DMV records 1 week prior to the trip. The other one is having a live real-time notices EPN program. Are you saying that you don't want either of these and you want just to pull the records once a year?
I think once a year is fine, but I'm open.
Okay. So is that like option 4, but you're not saying you must have the EPN or a pull per trip? Okay. Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, so as usual, whenever we talk about school buses, it's a very expensive option. So having such a large number of field trips for the Stevenson children is really a unique privilege in our that's really not available to most of the kids in our school district. I would recommend that the parents at Stevenson work with the district and the insurers to minimize the cost directly to the district and put in place, therefore, whatever policies and procedures that are necessary to reduce the liability to our district and, as well as the cost. This is special. And I just don't want to see the district, exposed unnecessarily to increased liability, increased cost, for all these extra field trips that aren't available to other kids. And I think the parents can come up with a creative mix. I'm presuming this will all, sort of to reduce the cost, tend to be option 4. And however that works out, but work with the insurance providers to get that figured out. So thank you.
Trustee Berman.
I'm also in support of allowing parents to drive. I think when we first decided to let our school buses drive the Stevenson families, we were hopeful that we would have enough buses to satisfy all of the field trips. And I think our school district tried, and looking at the data now, we can see that it's been quite a challenge. And I mean, it appears that that challenge will continue. So I think for the Stevenson program to run its field trips and continue the program as we've known it for many years, it sounds like this is just a really important element that we should bring back. And maybe at some point we will have a larger fleet and more school bus drivers, but at this point it sounds like this is a good option for the school. So yeah, I'm somewhere between 3 and 4. I had heard that parents had pulled their DMV report, their driving record once a year. So I have a feeling the Stevenson, working with the parent community, as Trustee Lambert had said, that, I'm sure that we can have some creative solutions around how to make it, I guess, the lower risk for the school district. Would be great. So finding the solution for that. I wonder if when first of all, if we're thinking about the Stevenson, I imagine that all of the parents know that if they're signing on to the Stevenson program, that there's field trips involved in parent drivers. But I'm wondering if on the field trip permission forms I wonder if there's a box. I remember this when I was a kid and I can't remember what my kids' forms say now, where they check, whether you're going in a bus or a car. So, I mean, I leave it to the district to figure out what does that parent consent look like. So parents are aware whether they're going in a parent's car or if they're going on a school bus. And I know the Girl Scouts has a release of information when there's a parent driver. You give them the emergency forms to hold and then they give them back. So I'm sure that system I think is really important too. And with the 2 related adults, non-related adults in the car, I wonder if hopefully that wouldn't be a huge barrier. I hope that there'd be enough parent volunteers to be able to have 2 parents in the car. So I think I'd want to consult with Stevenson too, but that sounds like a good solution as well. Wondering if I'm missing any one of them. So the driving record, if we could do that more frequently, maybe twice a year, maybe that's a good amount of times. Would it be enough for parents to pull it on their own so that we wouldn't have to have the EPN program? I wonder what would make things more efficient. And maybe looking into that would be my preference.
And so I'll just join Trustee Berman and Trustee Blakely in saying that I too would support the once a year pool, or, in discussion with what's efficient and, some flexibility. I understand that the details need to be worked out, but then that I'd be a third board member, and this is not an action item, but I'd be a third board member in encouraging that, strongly encouraging that we find some system within this once a year or so. Seems to strike a right balance and within the option 4 areas, and not do an EPM pool or 1 per week.
So we have 3 trustees who said option 3, and we have 3 different trustees who also said once a year. I just want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly for the DMV pool.
I think it's like doing something between once or twice a year.
Three of you actually said once a year.
I'm fine with once a year. I know Trustee.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, once a year of a parent pulling their records sounds like a balance, along with all the options. And I think it was mostly an option. Are we in option 3 or option 4?
Three of you said 3, and then a couple said 3.
Okay, I'll go for option 3 then. Yeah. I'll make it easy. I'm option 3 too. Option 3, but with a once a year pool, not the EPN program.
Right. So what we have is the $100,000 liability. Instead of the DMV EPM program, we will have the DMV records pulled once a year. Everyone by law has to actually go through the background check. There's no getting around that. This also will require for written parent consent. And then it also requires for the temporary release of emergency information for students who are riding within the car.
See a lot of thumbs up with that.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much to the staff for bringing this item back and the time it took for this. Thank you. We're on to, excuse me. Sorry. We did public comments first. My mind's slipping me.
We have 21 more items on our agenda.
It's a big agenda.
Should we consider extending the time?
We most certainly need to. We want to do it now, or we want to get closer to 10? I guess it's 30 minutes away. Okay, who's got a?
I propose extending that meeting till midnight.
Do you think we'll get through everything by midnight?
I don't think so. I mean, the literacy items alone are an hour.
Can you do it one more time? Okay, I second that motion.
Okay, there's been a motion by Trustee Lambert and a second by Trustee Blakely to extend to midnight. Any members of the public wish to speak on that motion? Let's see. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, here we go.
I'm going to do my best, but that will be 3 a.m. where I am.
Oh, sorry, President Conley. Okay. Thank you. So the next item B on the 231 grant workforce housing update. And as I pull this up, which member of the district would be presenting this one?
Actually, Ms. Pearson from Abode will be presenting.
Thank you for joining us.
Yep. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I have a presentation and I will try to be very quick. So really excited to be here tonight and giving you an update on our 231 grant educator workforce housing development. Just a quick reminder of what this development is. It's 110 units made up of studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, and a small retail space. We have 4 school districts participating: Palo Alto, Los Altos, Mountain View, Wisman, and Foothill De Anza. And then it shows on the screen how many units each of those districts have. And then we have 32 units that will be for Meta and serve San Mateo County school districts. And our goal here with this development is really to serve a range of incomes, but primarily targeting households in that missing middle. And just a reminder of where it's located. So it is in Palo Alto on Grant Avenue between Park and Birch, and California Avenue is over here. It's just a couple blocks away. It's a really great location. And a quick reminder of, what it's going to look like when we're done. So this is just a rendering of the completed building. And then I have some slides showing the progress of construction. I included these even though we're farther along because they're drone shots, and I think it's pretty cool to see, the whole building coming together. And here's just some more drone shots. Right now, we are actually done framing on the 4th floor, and we're going to start installing the roof in a couple of weeks. So if you have a chance to drive by and see it, I highly recommend it. So that's the update on the construction. We just kind of also wanted to provide an overview of what's going to happen once the construction is done, how the leasing is going to work. So we are going to we're thinking the beginning of next school year, we'll start creating an interest list. And so people that are interested in living in this development will put their names on a list, and then we will notify them once the applications become available. And then over on the right, you can kind of see the process of how it's going to happen. So once we release the applications, we will have a deadline when they need to be received by. We will confirm the eligibility of everyone who returns an application. So that means they are an employee of their respective school district. Then we will have a lottery, and from that lottery, we will establish a wait list, and then we'll contact the applicants in order of their place on the wait list. They'll provide income and employment verification, and then they'll get their house and they'll sign a lease. So we also just wanted to kind of give an update on what are we going to need from your district over the next, 6 to 8 months. So the first thing is if anyone is interested, to refer them to our website. And there they can sign up to be on the interest list. Assist us in distributing marketing materials to all district employees. We'll provide you the materials, but we'd really love your help in distributing those. Assist with organizing information sessions. So once the new school year starts up, part of our marketing is to go to each district and have information sessions where people who are interested can come and ask us questions. They can learn about the development. Designate an HR person to verify incomes. And then if there are any changes to the resident selection criteria, those would need to be approved by the board. So you've already approved an initial resident selection criteria. So if there are any changes that we make to that, you would have to approve it again. And just real quick, the timeline. So, we started back in 2024, really doing outreach. Sorry, we will start. Got ahead of myself. We will start around September, like I said, in the new school year, doing outreach to each of the school districts and start marketing. We anticipate the actual leasing to start in about January to April, and then the construction will be done in May 2025, and hopefully that's when we'll be signing leases and everybody will be moving in. And here's the website. If anyone wants to go to it, there's more information, more images on the website, and that's where you can also sign up for the interest list, 231grant.org.
Thank you, Megan. Are the members of the board, especially politically?
Thank you. One quick question. Has the range of rents been set to like the studios 1s and 2s, what the rent would be?
Yes, we do have that, and we can provide it to you, to your district. Yeah.
Do you have it? Do you offhand? Do you have a rough range?
I do not have it with me. I'll have to provide that. Sorry.
No other members of the board. Are there members of the public that wish to comment on this item? Seeing no members of the public, any board comments?
Just excited to see it happening.
As am I. Thank you so much. We're excited for our teachers and staff that can live in either, we have some teacher housing here in Mountain View that's coming up, but if you can't be here, then in Palo Alto, it's wonderful. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and have a good night. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much.
Excuse me, we have Trustee Conley, or President Conley.
Oh yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you as well. And also this partnership with the county and multiple school districts, sometimes it takes multiple agencies coming together to get things done. And I appreciate Supervisor Smithian's leadership in really pulling for this. So thank you.
Many thanks. Have a good night, Megan. Our next item will be C, Vanderbilt University's early literacy analysis.
All right, so I want to introduce Dr. Easter Thomas, Dr. Geis, and Dr. Sanders, all recent graduates of Vanderbilt, anchor down. So every year, Vanderbilt has the opportunity to do capstone research, and we reached out to Peabody for them to do a deep dive into our early literacy and to provide us with some findings. And then those findings also are sort of encapsulated when you will hear the literacy update from Dr. Nguyen, who's also a recent graduate. So I want to turn it over to them to do their presentation.
Really evaluate why American children in particular were struggling to read in that post-Cold War, Cold War era. Moving then up through Go and Turner in the 1980s, and finally to the understanding of reading through Hollis Gergel and his reading rope, which helped to unpack how reading is understood as it's working orally, verbally, and being processed within an individual's mind. Again, taking a look at the national literacy landscape, we sought to put that into context with the National Reading Panel, which was architected by the United States Congress and the George W. Bush administration, approximately 2000, 2001. which did a summation of over 100,000 reading studies and ultimately found that the science of reading with a focus on phonics and building reading instruction from the bottom up rather than the top down, really breaking out words phonemically, understanding phonemic understandings, building that language ultimately to how a child learns to read and ultimately comprehends reading was the way to go. Approximately 2019, the Mississippi model, which was architected by the Mississippi State Legislature, fundamentally changed how reading was taught in the state of Mississippi from a whole language approach to a science of reading approach. The scores in Mississippi rose dramatically, making other southern states like mine, I'm from the state of Kentucky, rather nervous. So we sought to copy them because we could not see ourselves falling behind Mississippi. We had to stay somewhere above Mississippi. That touched off legislation around the nation, including most recently a piece of legislation at your Capitol here in California to look at as to how we change reading in a legislative sense in school districts and communities, but at a state level as well. That was just in the 2024 California legislative session. I'm unsure as to where things shook out, but I bet that someone here could tell us.
Yep. So also in following with that, we also wanted to look at the role of parents and community. Because research definitely has told us from the beginning that having that engagement really can increase and stabilize those literacy outcomes. So we want to see how Mountain View Listman was doing that with the rollout of the Orton Gillingham curriculum. So that brought us to our project question 2.
And then our last one just focused on the extent of culturally relevance within the early grades and literacy practices. So we looked at research from Tanya Christ and then Dematrovich and Welch. So how did we get here? So we did interviews. So we interviewed tier 1 general teachers, tier 2 literacy coaches, district leadership. We sent out parent surveys. We sent out teacher surveys, and then we also looked at a few district documents. So some of those was the district strategic plan. We looked at the Smarter Balance summative assessment, the local control accountability plan, as well as iReady diagnostic information as well. So looking at our parent and teacher survey, so these are some of the places that we got our questions to kind of help us field the results. So for example, we got some from the NYU Research Alliance, the RAND Corporation, Ohio Curriculum Support, and then the National Center for Improving Literacy. So we had 12 teachers across priority schools responding with about a 40% rate, and then 54 parents responding with about a 2% rate. So this is some of our demographic data. As you can see, we did change different names. When you're looking at the chart on the right, when you're looking at the grade levels, the reason our focus was only on kindergarten through 3rd grade, but we also had parents that had students in the 4th and 5th grade. So they were also able to select those boxes. But when we did aggregate the results, and once we present our findings, it's only for the K through 3 section. And same thing with the teacher breakdown.
So we also wanted to make sure that we had observations and interviews so we could see what was actually done in classrooms and align that to what was told to us in the interviews. So you will be seeing in our findings, you'll be seeing information from both of those observations and interviews. We had 13 individuals in the district. We were able to observe 9 classrooms across the 4 schools. So we got a pretty good scope of what was said that was going on, and then also aligning that to what we actually saw and were able to observe.
So that takes us first to our project question number 1. To what extent is the science of reading curriculum, the Orton Gillingham curriculum, implemented with fidelity in the classrooms that we observed? Michael. So a few key components of that curriculum we noted. The curriculum must be explicit, it must be systematic, it must be cumulative and diagnostic. Explicit. In the tier 2 intervention classrooms that we observed small groups of approximately 5 to 7 students who were identified using iReady exams. The students were targeted for intervention literacy instruction and pulled from general education classrooms for daily practice. Check mark on explicit. Systematic. The instruction was taught from the bottom up by developing phonemic awareness and understanding of phonics and vocabulary development before more complex instruction occurred in the reading of full text and the monitoring for reading comprehension. Systematic, and give a check mark there. Cumulative. Literacy instruction built upon earlier knowledge. Students developed phonemic awareness before assigning letter sounds to their corresponding letters. The letters were then contextualized using sight words. Meaning was then developed by assigning symbols such as in-classroom manipulatives that corresponded to those sight words, and knowledge was constructed from the bottom up before it was applied to full words and sentences. One of the great examples that we saw in one of your pull-out classrooms, for example, dealt with applying words to physical symbols and meaning. Teachers first instructed students to sound out the letter C, for example, before writing the letter C in sand, and then finally by selecting objects that corresponded to that letter. Students built their knowledge of phonemic awareness first before honing phonics and then transcribing that knowledge to vocabulary. And lastly, diagnostic. Go to the next slide now. The district's using diagnostic tools to great effect. Here you'll see a slide from iReady data that was provided to us by a district employee. I think that you'll see the slide in a later presentation showing a positive growth, positive trajectory in those core components of Orton-Gillingham curriculum, from phonological awareness, the use of high-frequency words, phonics, and overall summation of student learning in the bottom right-hand corner.
So we wanted to see if teachers were able to use the curriculum that they were rolling out in the pilot schools with fidelity. We saw that general education teachers, which you'll see tier 1, had little to no implementation of the curriculum in their classrooms because they were using a balanced literacy approach. So they had the choice and they were choosing not to go with the Orton-Gillingham. And that was limiting the exposure and the possibility of impact for the students, for the pull-out students. And so if you just take a look at the quote that you see in front of you from a reading interventionist, just saying that the teachings weren't aligned. Also, looking that the literacy intervention happened in pull-out blocks and not general instruction. When we talked with district leadership, we learned that the purpose of the new schedule was to not interfere with poor instruction in the general ed classrooms, but they could have the opportunity to receive double the amount of instruction. But when you don't have your general ed teachers and your intervention teachers teaching the same literacy approach, then you're not receiving double. You're missing that core instruction of what you're being pulled out. We didn't see that it was a second chance for teaching everybody, but it allowed for a possibility for there to be a second chance, and we'll talk about that later in our recommendation. That core instruction could have been math, science, or other literacy teaching that those students were pulled out for their intervention block.
So when we were looking at our research again, so one of our findings, we saw a big disconnect between the current district structure and desired integration of the OG curriculum. So when we came and did observations, one of the things that we revealed that there's a lack of collaboration between the general ed teachers and the reading interventionists. So because of that, there were limited opportunities for our general ed teachers to observe and also to each other's literacy instruction. So because there aren't a lot of time for them to do that, it also hinders the exchange of best practices. And then also reading interventionists were not expected to interact with general ed teachers on a regular basis. So sometimes that made it difficult to align lesson plans and to support strategies for targeted students. And then there's also an inconsistent forum for interventionists to share data to discuss targeted approaches with general ed teachers. So some of the positive things that we did see, 83% of teachers that we did get a chance to survey report regularly assessing students' literacy progress and utilizing various instructional strategies. And then another thing that we did observe was 60%, so a significant portion of teachers expressed a lack of confidence in supporting emerging readers, but those emerging readers are those that are beginning their literacy journey, and then a large reported dissatisfaction with the level of support they received in addressing literacy gaps within the classroom.
Takes us to number 4. Teachers require adequate tools to teach literacy curriculum in their classrooms. We saw, particularly in the Tier 2 classrooms, high rates of student engagement, student enjoyment. Now, I want to be fair because, of course, those are small groups and that is more easily accomplished there. But we do want to stress the importance of maintaining a unified approach to literacy across all tiers of instruction in the district, in both Tier 1 and Tier 2, to ensure that both Tier 1 and Tier 2 students are gaining the same level of quality, but also that the district has a unified approach to literacy instruction. A more outdated model now that's been found not to be as effective as the Gordon-Gillingham science of reading-based approach is an older approach which also originated in the state of California, known as balanced literacy. In many of the Tier 1 classrooms, we continue to see a reliance on the balanced literacy approach, which is more monitoring for sight words and comprehension, rather than that bottom-up approach that we see demonstrated incredibly well in those Tier 2 classrooms. One of the most interesting quotes I think that we found in all of our interviews was from a Tier 1 educator. It's in the second thought bubble below. This particular educator stated, "I am trained in both," and she meant balanced literacy and Gordon-Gillingham. And my school principal gave me the autonomy to choose which method, and I chose Gordon-Gillingham. The reason for that being this particular principal spent time teaching teachers the differences between the both, allowing them to see the differences with their own eyes. And if given that knowledge and information, it's likely that most teachers might prefer Gordon-Gillingham over the old approach. It just takes a little bit of time structuring and access to training. Here's some other findings from our research. 67% of teachers strongly disagree on the level of support from administration, such as targeted developmental skills in literacy instruction, classroom visits, and follow-up conversations and evaluations. Negative, positive. Negative, they're not seeing that so much in their classrooms. Positive, they seem to indicate that they would like to see that, which demonstrates a willingness to grow and to learn and to study up on these new approaches to literacy as well. 50% of teachers strongly disagree that they have opportunities for peer conversations to improve literacy instruction continually. Before entering into the field that I'm in now, I served as an 8th grade teacher for some time back in my home state, and I can say that when most teachers get that knock at the door, the student disappears, they have no idea what was happening with that student while he or she was away. Allowing time and space for those classrooms to be covered, allowing teachers the opportunity to step out and see what their students are learning with their own eyes in those pull-out classrooms, those Tier 2 classrooms, could be a very valuable experience, and also scaffolding some time for those teachers to be able to talk and learn from and with some of the Tier 2 teachers might also be helpful. And lastly, 67% of teachers strongly disagreed with the statement, "We use peer observation to provide teachers with feedback of effectiveness in literacy strategies." So again, how might one scaffold opportunities for that peer-to-peer professional learning community feedback?
Also, we learned that district leadership allows the school leader to introduce the curriculum to their teachers. And so really that's the direct source of how teachers can grow not only their introduction, but their confidence within the curriculum. So there is an opportunity there for that to be strengthened within not just the pilot schools, but the schools that it's going to roll out to throughout the district. Because teachers are saying that they aren't fully confident in teaching the struggle. So they will need to be introduced to that curriculum and then also supported with some of the things we just mentioned in the previous 2 slides. And so then now we're looking at parents and their roles and families in the 4 pilot schools. So within the survey parents, 57% said that they're familiar with their child's literacy instruction, but they would like to learn more about school strategies for those readers. So this shows is a large opportunity for schools and classrooms in the pilot schools and where this is going to be rolled out to really curate targeted outreach to those parents and families so that they can feel more confident in knowing what their child is learning and how they can support in that literacy success. We learned that one school in those 4 pilot schools is curating a unique outreach. And so that monthly literacy night for families at the one pilot school, it had food, instructions and activities, and take-home books. And parents are learning strategies to really boost and set a foundation for their learning at home, not just for their one student that may be in the school, but for everyone in the house. And that's just through direct teaching and family games in a real communal atmosphere. But if you look at the quote that's showing on the screen, those same literacy activities are not offered at each of the pilot schools. Parents are wanting that experience. Teachers are also wanting that experience. So it shows that that one school that did have that monthly literacy night, that same effort needs to be stretched and replicated at the other schools that the Orton Gillingham curriculum is going to roll out.
All right, so now we're at our project question number 3. So with this one, it really highlights the positive collaboration between parents and teachers and prioritizing culturally relevance for early grades instruction. So when we did get a chance to come down and observe, we saw the commitment in the daily lessons with the classroom libraries, the book corners, offering diverse topics, characters, and reading levels. Additionally, some teachers even incorporated different manipulatives, so they were talking in English and Spanish to bridge the gap for multilingual learners. And then looking at the survey, when we did get a chance to do the survey, so finding number 6 also highlights the positive outlook on culturally relevant practices here in the district. So both the teacher and parent response indicated that she had belief in fostering inclusive classrooms, and all teachers reported that they strive to create a welcoming and supporting environment for teachers. And then also the teachers felt confidence in incorporating culturally relevant instruction into their lesson plans, with aligns with most of the parents' perceptions that the children's culturally backgrounds are acknowledged within literacy instruction.
That takes us to our recommendations, 7 in total. The first that we urge the district to consider is to fully embrace the science of reading. And what we mean when we say that is this. We should look at implementing Orton Gillingham approaches to literacy instruction, not only in the Tier 2 classrooms where they currently are, but also in Tier 1 and district-wide. We want to ensure that all children in Mountain View Westman School District have the opportunity for that high-quality teaching and learning, and in particular that the district is in alignment with national trends and what the research and the data say around approaches to literacy, showing definitively now that a reliance on science of reading-backed approaches can grow early literacy scores and develop strong foundational readers in their early ages and beyond.
And our second recommendation, to cultivate culturally relevant instruction. So just to continue to do that, but make sure it's with all grades. Sorry about that. Because when you're looking at that, it also helps students become more invested into their literacy journey, actively participating in discussions and connecting what they learn to their own cultural knowledge.
Also empowering parents as partners in their families. So we want to make sure that the parents of the students, especially those emerging readers, are really feeling involved and engaged in what their students are learning. And so that may mean cultivating new opportunities. So engaging more in those parent literacy nights or finding new targeted approaches to really bring the parents in. And so they feel like they're also a committed and supportive partner to their child's learning.
Recommendation number 4 is to equip educators with professional development in Orton Gillingham curriculum. It's going to be a bit of a journey. I know that as a teacher in my own experience, nobody likes to be entrenched in the classroom, especially for a number of years, and have someone show up and say, I'd like for you to take everything you've been doing for the last 20 years and throw it in the trash can. It's going to take a real scaffolded approach. And with this, I think that Michael and Dominic and myself can attest to the fact that seeing is really believing. We had the opportunity to go in tier 1 classrooms, which, while excellent and very high quality in their own right, excellent caring teachers and bright-eyed students, just seeing the differences between tier 1 and tier 2, the small group approach, and really some of the innovative practices that Orton Gillingham employs were not only fun, but also rich in learning and rich in opportunity for those students. So I'm willing to bet that if teachers were to have the opportunity to see that in action, what their students have been up to in those pull-out classrooms might be a little bit easier to get them headed in that direction.
So the next recommendation is looking at how can you really optimize all schools for the success in literacy. And so thinking about what the intervention students are missing in their pull-out block, the recommendation is to look at establishing a possible universal literacy block for the schools in Mountain View District so that everyone that's following this curriculum can learn literacy at the exact same time. So the teachers can also plan for direct implementation of the curriculum and professional development. Of course, there are going to be nuances to each individual school, especially hearing about differences in the schools and what they're doing throughout the day. But really looking at how logistically possible this could be to ensure that students could limit the amount of core instruction missed as possible.
And then the next one just talks about helping develop these collaboration and partnerships with these professional learning communities to ensure that everybody, teachers, tier 1 interventionists are all on the same page as it relates to what reading instruction should look like.
And lastly, recommendation number 7 is for the district to ensure sustainability and long-term impact. We think that really evaluating your long-term literacy goals through the levers of people, time, money, your approach to instruction, the Orton Gillingham curriculum, and your measures of success, whether they be iReady or the state summative exams at the end of the year. If the district will work to get all of those items into alignment with increased literacy as where you're heading, we definitely think it would be possible to ensure the Orton Gillingham approach and its long-term sustainability and impact. You got to have the funding, you got to have the people, you got to have the time, and you've got to have the commitment. And certainly know that each of you have the commitment and know that you'll find ways to make do with the other levers as well. That's it.
So thank you for letting us share our research. And thank you, Dr. Rubin, for inviting us to do this research and being able to share it with y'all.
We appreciate it. Happy to be guests.
Questions?
Thank you. Thank you for coming here and the presentation and your report analysis. Members of the board, questions? I had a quick question. So we just adopted Amplify, which is an Orton Gillingham based approach. Would you say that when your slides are saying Orton Gillingham, and can we use the word Amplify interchangeably? Are they so close that your analysis basically applies to what we're doing with our Amplify reading curriculum?
Yes, so when we were informed of the curriculum approach, they let us know that there are maybe different types of names within the Orton Gillingham approach because of its breadth of what it has. So Amplified is probably interchangeable within that if it's still in the science degree.
Okay.
I would agree.
So no other questions from the board. Are there members of the public that wish to comment? Members of the public that wish to comment on this item? So yes, we have 2. And we'll have, in order of what's on my screen, 2 members of the public. So we'll have 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes. They don't have to use it all. So I'll take excuse my apologies if I'm pronouncing this name incorrectly. I'll take. Oh, is there a card for? Okay, and it'll be 1 in person as well. So we have 2 online and 1 in person. It'll still be 3 minutes each. So I'll take Silik. We will start with the online comments because in person they're still getting ready. And then after that it will be Mohan. timer is ready. And I'll take, excuse me, if I'm missing your name, if you can correct me so I can learn it. When you're ready, you can present.
Hi, I'm Itek Chelik. I just want to express my appreciation for the folks who presented the research and repeated and made more evident to the school district the things that myself and other parent advocates for dyslexia and reading support have asked for the past 4 or 5 years. It's there in the records in our school board meetings and in the school site councils, and it's late, but it's here. So thank you for repeating the things that we have asked for and for starting this process with the leadership of Dr. Cindy Wen. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, online comments from Mohan.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Good evening, trustees. I just want to make a brief comment that most of the audio of the speakers in this section was inaudible to those of us on Zoom. We're unclear how to signal to everybody that we couldn't really hear most of the audio commentary. That said, the slides were quite well done and clear. So, you know, I want to applaud the team for preparing a very nice presentation. But at the same time, we were not able to hear most of the audio. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies for not saying that. You have to talk pretty close to the microphone. Not your fault. It's not your fault at all. And our last public comment is from Young, I think.
I do want to point out the closed captions captured what they said. So we were able to track that just in case somebody needs to go back.
Hi, my name is Young Liu. Just want to say thank you for that presentation. It was very thorough and well presented. And I'm just excited that our district is adopting this, especially with the Amplify. You know, I'm excited. I just wanted, and I love that you brought up parent education because I mean, within the last 30 years, we weren't trained with that bottom-up approach. So we need to learn as well. And then we need to learn that to be able to help our kids. So I'm hoping that, you know, this monthly parent, you know, sessions is offered because I would totally sign up because I want to teach my kids how to read. Maybe I need to learn how to read again. So, so that's great. And then also, I really do hope enough support is being provided for the staff because also they need to learn and they need to learn well and they need to do well to be execute, be comfortable to teach this to the kids and make sure this program is successful. So professional development for them is vital for the success of this. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you. And we have now go to comments from the board. So we have comments from the board. And
just real quick, I think staff just wanted to make a comment real quick.
Yes, I just wanted to address the legislation that was moving through the House about the science of reading mandate. I just wanted you to be aware that it did fail in the legislation in California back in April. So we don't know what the timeline is for bringing any of that back. So I feel like where we are is ahead of the game.
So we've approved ours regardless. Yeah. Thank you, Director Bauer. We'll start with, start with President Conley.
Thank you. And I apologize. I have a sick baby with me, which is what happens when you travel, I guess. I'd like to thank the presenters for their presentation and their work. It's wonderful to have a research lens applied to things that we're doing in our own district and to get outside feedback on it. And I know that that feedback will be put to good use as we roll out Amplify this coming year and those insights about how we can best support teachers in this work. I'm very, very excited that we're moving forward with the science of reading. I remember one of our public commenters meeting with them, I think when I was first elected to the board, so almost 6 years ago, and talking about this. And it's taken a long time, but we're here now and we're doing it. And I think it's going to be a huge boost to our students.
I'll just simply echo President Conley's comments and also add that, you know, I always appreciate the more we can bring our parents in. I think the better. And I know we have lots of parents who are eager to learn, and we have probably just, you know, I used to teach second grade, and I'm going to age myself and say I used to teach open court phonics and the open court program. And it was our green section, which was the phonics piece. But we had a comment tonight about maybe I need to learn how to read. And when I was teaching that, I learned so much about our language approach, and I learned to read in a completely different way. So it was really eye-opening, sort of what the approach that some of my students needed to learn how to read. So I learned a lot from learning how to teach phonics. So I think that, you know, this is an opportunity for us to learn alongside our parents how we can serve our students better and our children better. So thank you for the research. And I look forward to hearing how, you know, how this is going to guide next steps for our district. Thank you.
And I'll just jump in also and thank you for, you know, it's really rare for districts to be able to get researchers to look under the hood, let alone researchers from one of the top schools of education in the country, Vanderbilt, Peabody. Great place. So like, I hope that I hope the word spreads that people could come and provide us that rare opportunity, other people to come and give us the analysis. Thank you. Our next item is our continuing on the literacy theme, early literacy results and next steps. And then just encouraging staff, thank you for continuing to be mindful of being concise as that the packets are online, and thank you for that. So I will turn this over to Dr. Nguyen.
Yeah, so thank you for allowing me some time. I will go through this quickly, but I'm excited to give you an end of the year update on early literacy. I'm going to share an overview of our work, share our data, celebrate some of our successes, the lessons we learned, and then our plans moving forward. So our work, of course, is aligned to the strategic plan. Goal area 1, we're really about making sure that we set up kids for success early on. As you know, we've created an early literacy team, and I've talked about this before. Really, our work is focused on supporting foundational reading skills through direct service and reading intervention, but also through professional development for our teachers, family education and engagement. And this year, we've done a lot of PD with our teachers to support them in the shift to structured literacy and the science of reading through site-based professional development. And so what we've done with reading intervention so far, our reading intervention approach is data-driven tiered support. So we do flexible groups based on data. We use iReady as the initial source, and then we use different data sources like the iReady dyslexia screeners, early literacy assessments. And then our approach to reading intervention, as you heard in the other presentation, was a systematic evidence-based multimodal approach. And so I'm going to go through some of the data. It's really exciting to look at our data beginning of the year iReady to end of the year iReady, and really focusing in on the foundational skills that we focused in on in reading intervention, which are phonological awareness, phonics, high frequency words, and then how that plays into the iReady scores overall. And so when we look at all 4 of the sites combined, we can see that there's a lot of growth from diagnostic 1 to diagnostic 3 in these areas. There's tons to celebrate, right? So some highlights, there's lots to look at here, but some highlights. If you just recall, just super quick about iReady, red is in tier 3. That means kids 2 grade levels or below. So in reading intervention, our goal is to move as many kids out of red, right? And then green means tier 1, meaning grade level work, and getting as many kids as possible into tier 1. And so highlights in second grade phonics, we have a decrease of 41% of the kids who are scoring in tier 3. In first grade phonics, we have a decrease of 41% in the percentage of kids scoring in tier 3 there. And then in the tier 1 side, if we look at kindergarten phonological awareness, we have an increase in 42% of kids in tier 1. And then in first grade phonics, an increase of 41% of kids moving into tier 1. So that's pretty cool. This slide here just gives a snapshot of all the students that we served this year in reading intervention. And as you can see, we served about half the kids in grades K through 2 at our focus sites. we're data driven. Our goal is to work ourselves out of a job, right? Get as many kids really strong in these foundational skills. So we were actually able to exit 77 kids out of reading intervention because they were at or really close to grade level in those foundational skills that we focused in on. The next slides show the data disaggregated by the school site. So as we look through them, you're going to see that, yes, at Mauna Loma and Therakoff, there are more kids who ended up in Tier 1 at the end of the year, but there is tons and tons of growth at Castro and Mistral as well, right? The starting points were different, so the ending points are going to be different, but the growth is pretty cool for the kids at Castro. So many of the kids at Castro are newcomers, so they received reading intervention support and they received newcomer teacher support. But some highlights, if we look at the Castro data, second grade phonological awareness, there was an increase of 59% from 0% in the number of students who scored Tier 1. In kindergarten phonics, there was an increase from 0% to 56% of kids who scored in Tier 1 phonics. And if we look at first grade phonics, there was a decrease of 50% of kids who were in Tier 3 that are now not in Tier 3. And second grade high frequency words, a decrease in the number of kids in Tier 3 from down 59%. So that's a lot of growth. That growth is greater than the average growth of the four schools combined, right? And this is just a snapshot of the kids at Castro. At Mistral, we also saw a lot of growth, not as dramatic of growth as Castro, but also the kids are learning 2 languages at the same time. So by design, it's understandable that the growth is slower right at the beginning for greater growth at the end with dual immersion. But they also have some great gains, some highlights. First grade high frequency words, a 61% decrease in the number of kids in Tier 3. You look at second grade phonics, there's a 33% decrease in the number of kids in Tier 3. And then in first grade phonological awareness, phonics, and their overall iReady score for the kids in reading intervention, none of the kids are in Tier 3 anymore. So that is pretty cool too. And then at Mauna Loma, there's a lot of growth there. I shared this in the last presentation. We had a lot of growth at Mauna Loma, so much that we were able to exit a lot of kids and actually consolidate the number of groups we had at Mauna Loma so that we were able to reallocate staff to some of the other sites that had greater needs. At Therakoff, also lots of great growth with the kids. When you look at the kindergarten scores, we've got a lot of kids in Tier 1, so they're really positioned to do lots of great work moving into first grade as well. And so these slides are just highlights that I just shared in the slides before, just summarize some of those highlights. And so when we look at the data, I just shared a lot of quantitative data. We also have a lot of qualitative data that we collected this year. Some considerations as we think about how do we adjust for next school year to make it more effective. So some considerations, just a reminder that our reading intervention program is really to fill in the gaps so that students can more fully access general education curriculum. Again, we're trying to get them through as quickly as we can so they can go back to their classrooms and participate fully in their general education instruction. We're really focused on the word recognition strand of reading, and we've talked about Scarborough's rope and other presentations, but just a reminder that word recognition is one part of reading instruction. There's also, it's necessary to focus in on language comprehension and strong word vocabulary that happens in the classroom, right? The Vanderbilt colleagues just shared some of their findings, so I'm not going to review it, but we used that to also inform next steps. And then the recommendations from the study also to inform our next steps. Just to note that when they collected data here in Mountain View, it was in November. So it's kind of also cool to hear the stuff that they were talking about and how some of those recommendations have already been implemented. Like we have fully embraced the science of reading and done a lot of PD with our teachers. And a lot of the next steps you hear will incorporate these recommendations as well. And so some lessons that we've learned, some data that we've collected as we've implemented this program this year. So this year we started the program with instructional assistants paired with our reading intervention teachers, and that allowed us to have more adults in the room with kids so we can serve more students. However, a downside was that our IAs, although really skilled, and we did a lot of PD and they're like highly trained IAs now, they still can only teach a portion of the lesson. And because we were doing like 50-50 time that they were doing, the kids were spending half the time with the IA and half the time with the RI teacher. The kids were getting instruction, but the RI teacher was doing the bulk of the more rigorous part of the lesson. So the kids weren't getting as much time with that rigorous portion of the lesson. We scheduled our RI time during the RTI STEAM block. The purpose was so that we wouldn't take from core first instruction, but that also meant that the groups were contained to the classroom. So like if you had a kid in room 1 that had similar needs to room 2, they couldn't be in intervention together because it was tied to their class's STEAM time. We also learned this year, and in the study, we also saw that the success of reading intervention is really contingent on its alignment with strong core first teaching. And as we know, this year, our adopted curriculum was Benchmark Advanced, which is really focused in on balanced literacy. And we know that balanced literacy curriculum instruction can really undo the structured literacy instruction that happens in reading intervention. We also know from research that reading intervention is most effective when it's an additional dose of instruction, meaning that it's more targeted and it's more intense, rather than a fundamentally different program. We also this year started reading intervention. We know that research shows early intervention matters, right? So we started our program with intervening with K through 2 right away, starting in August. But then we realized that intervening in kindergarten the first trimester of school was too soon. They haven't really finished their first dose of instruction yet, right? So you'll see later kind of our adjustments based on that. We partnered with families this year through parent engagement and family literacy nights. You've heard throughout this year about our pilot at Therakoff, where we did those monthly engagement nights. We also did a program, or Principal Taylor did one at Vargas 3 nights that were modeled after what we did at Therakoff. And then we had one of our RI teachers do 3 sessions at Landals. And when we looked at the data, it was actually, we had much higher attendance at the Vargas and Landals ones, where there were 3 sessions versus the monthly sessions at Therakoff. As the year went on, it was harder to sustain the amount of folks coming to those meetings. There's just a lot. So as we think about all of that data, the quantitative and the qualitative data, we already have plans of how we're going to make adjustments for next school year. So next school year, instead of having IAs partner with reading intervention teachers, instead of having the IAs, we're going to add in one additional RI teacher. That way they can teach the full scope of the lesson to the kids, and the kids are going to be able to get the full time with the RI teacher. That also means that RI teacher will have slightly larger groups with them than they had this year. But that also means we get to add another school site into our program. So we'll be supporting students at Vargas as well. We'll be implementing a multi-grade level RTI block at Castro, Mistral, and Therakoff. You've heard a little bit about it during the Castro Reimagining presentations, but when we have this multiple grade level RTI block, that means that we can intervene with kids at different grade levels, different classrooms together in groups so that they can have more targeted groups. That also means every single teacher at this time is doing some type of intervention. So that allows more alignment between classrooms, between RI teachers, and lots more collaboration. You've heard us also talk about this school year that we are implementing Amplify CKLA next year. The program has a really strong structured literacy approach with a heavy emphasis on systematic explicit word recognition instruction in the early grades, and then knowledge building across all the grades. Because like we said, word recognition is one part of the rope, but we need the whole picture to make strong, proficient readers. The K2 skill strand of Amplify is aligned with OG. And so just to make sure that we're all speaking the same language, OG is a set of principles. Our reading intervention teachers were trained in IMSE, which is a company that provides some OG materials, but CKLA is also rooted in those same OG principles, right? So this is all the same type of instruction. And so next year, all of our teachers will be using that type of instruction that was missing in our Benchmark Advance this year. We are going to have literacy PLCs next year that are across the district grade level meetings where elementary teachers will align and implement structured literacy instruction in their tier 1 classrooms. And then our tier 2 teachers have already been working to make sure that their approach to reading instruction is also aligned to how Amplify does their OG approach to instruction. So the kids are getting a streamlined approach, and it is truly a second dose of instruction. We are also going to adjust reading intervention mid-year. So we're going to start the year intervening with first through third graders. Third graders, they're still learning how to read. And as we saw in our data, even though there's great gains in our second grade classes, there are still kids who will need reading intervention moving into third grade. So we're going to start the year with first through third grade, allow the kindergartners to get their first dose of instruction. And then when we do diagnostic 2 and we do the winter dyslexia screener, we will graduate those third graders out and then provide early intervention to our kindergartners who exhibit reading difficulties, right? We're going to have to next year adjust and systematize our early literacy assessment so that we can better pinpoint and identify the needs of our students and continue to monitor their progress. And then now that we've got some really good modules for how we run some family literacy events and family learning, we can add that to other sites as well. And so I just want to close out by giving a shout out to our RI teachers, RIAs, the staff, the principals at our early literacy sites. It's been really fun this year to work with everyone. Everyone's been really collaborative to adjust as we go and learn as we go. But I also want to thank the board for their commitment to early literacy. Early literacy and just literacy in general is a civil right, and it's just pretty cool that we are putting funds and resources there so that we can give all of our kids that right. So thank you for your support. Now, I went through that super quickly, but any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Members of the board, questions? I had a quick question. There are many parts of the presentation that talked about parent engagement and participation. I had a question about, especially in the early grades, what efforts do we have on the school side to provide books at home? Is that something that we do, like we directly do, or like outside organizations assist in getting books into the homes?
Yeah, so this year with our reading intervention programs, part of what we used were decodable readers that were actually, we can send home with kids. So as we read them with the students, we sent them home with the kids. When we did the program at Therakoff this year, we bought decodable readers that actually had a little QR code on the back so that families could scan it, and then they'd get a little video in English and Spanish that taught them how to articulate the focus sound and how to, that went with that book. And so we sent those books home with the families too. We taught them how to use the books. The kids practiced them, they read them, and then actually it was really cool. And Principal Taylor's version at Vargas, he gave the kids like an owl prize or whatever they call them, their reinforcement, whenever the kids came back and read him or their custodian one of the books that they had practiced at home.
I also just want to add that, and I was remiss, and I apologize for not sharing that our literacy coaches, our instructional coaches, as well as our district office team passed out 304 books just last week to rising kinders. And this is the second year that we've actually done that too. So we are actively pushing out reading materials as well as supporting items to help parents help their kids over the summer to try and get a leg up on it.
Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. Trustee Berman.
Yeah, maybe you can, thank you for the presentation. Can you remind me, I know at Castro we have, the largest tier 3, tier 2 students in terms of the literacy need. What will that support look like from our literacy coaches? Can you remind me what our plan is for supporting the students, since we see more of a need there? And I think that we still have just the one coach there, or are there 2 coaches there? Can you remind me?
So actually the way that it will work next year is we will actually have our entire team descend on Castro for that block, those 2 blocks. We have like first through second grade block and then the 3rd through 5th grade block to do reading intervention. And so we can pull kids into very small, discrete groups. And so, yeah.
Thanks for that reminder. Thank you. That's helpful.
If no other questions from the board, we'll take public comments. I see 1 in-person public card. Now I see 2, and we have 1 online. We'll wait a few more seconds. Thank you. This is regarding the early literacy presentation. Okay. And then, so we have 3 in total, so we'll allocate 3 minutes per speaker. Thank you.
Okay, it's up. Can I start? Or how do you want to do it?
Trustee Nelson, just a reminder again, if it's just a courtesy, since we don't know which order we pull the cards, if you can not take the podium until we call you up in the future. Thank you. So thank you for participating though. Okay. We'll start with Trustee Nelson, former Trustee Nelson, 3 minutes.
Oh, I should have played the lottery today. Yes, one of the things I want to say is Cindy Nguyen is a formal resource for this. The superintendent picking her shows he's astute about picking a leader who knows how to develop new curriculum. And I know when I was on the board with you two gentlemen many years ago, she was a teacher on special assignment doing things about teaching other teachers when she first, at the time, Common Core was first coming in to use in the United States and in this district. And every time I talked to any teacher at Bub, when she became the principal and worked there, they said, this woman is excellent about understanding and studying new curriculums and teaching it to us as teachers. So this is one of the reasons why I think this program is so successful. Now, successful as it is, right? Which means this is the alpha test, first year. And that's what you heard from the outside people who looked at this. There's some areas that need to be worked on, and that's what we expect. One of the things I want to warn you about, there is a drastic difference between what the literacy is at Castro. Remember, when you put math and English language development together, you get Castro down near the bottom of the elementary schools. The only one that even approaches it, and it's 3,000 higher in rank, is Therkoff. So I definitely want you to keep this in mind. I don't have the one for literacy, but part of the thing is there's only so many resources. This is a very resource intensive project. And the other thing is it's exactly, I hope this is getting 100% funded by the local LCFF grant for high needs kids, because that's exactly where it is. So there will be some people that will still say, parents and maybe a trustee thinking this should go to all the schools. But look, that ST up there isn't Stanford, that's Stevenson. Stevenson in this ranking was number 50 in the state. MI was 75. There's a giant disparity. The way these resources have to be spent is where the need is. Count the number of students that are high need students. That's where the resources have to be. So make sure that you direct your people to spend the money where the kids have extreme needs.
So if there's other parts, you can email it in to the board. Thank you so much. So we have Nyang Liu with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen, for the presentation, and thank you for leading this effort this year. I know this is an early literacy topic, but I just was wondering what happened to the kids who missed this chance and they're in 3 to 5, the 5th grade, the kids that are going on to like the middle school and didn't have this instruction. I just, just my comment, I hope the district have some sort of instructional plan to help them, help them, because the time, they have less time to learn how to read because now they're reading to learn. And then there are kids in the district from other schools that are struggle too, like kids from Landos and Bob and Imai and Stevenson. I know like the test scores are high, but there are kids who are struggle, and you can see that with iReady. And I hope those kids also get the support. And it's sad to see that they miss out on the support because they go to those high performance schools. So that was just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one online comment. This is Dr. Chelik with the viewer. Can start when.
Yes, good evening. I'm Itek Chelik.
Thank you, Cindy, for all of your efforts and for working with your team and for the folks at the different schools to make this pilot successful. And I guess I would only ask that you and your team do as much as you can to spread this to the other schools as quickly as possible, including BUB and the other schools. As the parent of a former fourth grader who was identified in fourth grade with dyslexia and who could easily hack the reading software at the school but could not read, I think this is really important that the schools who are not on the pilot list have access to resources. Dyslexia doesn't discriminate. And I also think that you should not leave behind the fourth and fifth graders in the elementary school, nor the sixth and seventh and eighth graders at Graham and Crittenden who also need this support. A lot of these students were so impacted during the pandemic, and it's a shame. You cannot let these kids leave the district and drop out or not go to high school without the ability to read. So thank you for your efforts, and please do more. And the other recommendation that I make is that you continue to make audiobooks available for all students in the district and teach the students in the district how to access the free audiobook resources available through the public library or through the audiobook systems like Learning Ally that have both an audio and a visual component available for students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of the board who have comments? I'll offer just a President Conley.
You can go ahead, Vice President Chang, and then I'll follow.
Just briefly, like I think that I just want to compliment the district team, Dr. Nguyen, and teachers who've been on the literacy teams, and Dr. Rudolph. That I think our reading has been like the unsung, like I think it should be like it's like the hero of the year, as in it's the theme that I think we don't with us Adopt to Amplify, with us making progress with our dyslexia screener, with our robust, exciting professional learning communities of people. We have teachers who are really excited about this, and it's a direct impact on the kids. So like on all these kind of like high flashy issues that get coverage in the news and stuff like that, in my opinion, the progress that district staff and district educators have been making in reading at Mount V. Westman, I think is actually the most impressive theme from this academic year. And President Conley.
Thank you, Vice President Chang. I agree. And I wanted to really sing the praises of not only the literacy team, our intervention specialists who are like a strike team going in to work on this issue, and Dr. Nguyen, but also Dr. Rudolph, because this was really his vision. I remember when he told me that he was looking at moving Dr. Nguyen into this position to lead this effort. And I hate to say it, I was a little skeptical. It was just kind of, well, haven't we tried literacy specialists before? Isn't that someplace we've gone? But we haven't done it like this. And we haven't done it using the science of reading. And we haven't done it with iReady. There are all these components that we've slowly put into place over the years that I think now was just such a pivotal time to implement something that's innovative, that, yes, it was a bit experimental, but I think it's really, really paying off for children. And I do think, the more we can expand this to other grade levels, there's a real urgency around making sure all of our children are able to read before they leave our district, the better. And so I'm really excited about it. But I also, I think it's very clear this was Dr. Rudolph's leadership for our school district here. And this is one of the most important things we can do.
Thank you. Fellow board members, so it is 10:41. We have one more item, but then we have 17 review and action items. This next item, the board policy updates, within that are over 20 policy changes, including a discussion about the policy process. May I make a suggestion to the board that this item E get moved to your retreat or even next year. These CSBA changes, we've survived this long without them. I think we could survive a few more months.
It's not on review in action. I would suggest that we just go to the question.
Second.
We're going to redo it.
I think that's open. I think just even talking about how we're going to make the process change. I mean, you have 17 review and action items.
You already spent more time talking about
We'll
this.
see.
I think.
Okay. Well, is that what the board wants to go ahead?
I just wondered, Dr. Rudolph, do you need us to take action on those policies before we go out for the summer?
It's not on review in action.
We don't. We actually paused any more policy updates based off of feedback from the last board meeting. So what we just need to do is figure out a way of how to catch back up.
I'm okay with postponing the discussion.
I am, but I just want to say I would like more time. Like if we get a big packet to review, I'd like more than like Friday to Thursday. So like if we can get them like a month ahead of time or something would be helpful.
The question for us is how do you want to approach reviewing the policies? It's not so much the intent wasn't to show you, well, we wanted to show you what we normally deal with, but you talked about a policy committee and wanting to review it. And so we just need a draft. And I mean, we can do it later, but we just need a draft of how you want to process it so that we can move forward for next year.
And we'll table that for now as 3 board members with that, and look forward to that coming back. We'll move our first review in action, and I think these next will be really quick. Let's see. We have our 2024-25 local accountability plan, and just remember the public that these items, the reason they're short and fast is because all these actually have been presented multiple times, so warrant a quick review. So, and for this one, I think, is it Dr. Westover?
No, it's Mrs. Bauer.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Bauer.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, we came to you at the last meeting for public hearing for the local control accountability plan, and tonight we're seeking approval. So we're asking tonight that you approve the local control accountability plan as presented.
Thank you. Members of the board who have questions?
I move that the board approve the 2024-25 local control accountability plan.
We can take a second and go to comments.
Second.
Okay. There was a motion by Trustee Lambert and second by Trustee Blakely. Okay. Are there any further questions from the board? We have a standing motion. And then are there members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay. Seeing none, will any comments from the board? Trustee Blakely? No, I think President Connolly said it best last time about how important these LCAPs. And thank you for all the people who've been working on it. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And approved unanimously. Okay. And our next is our LCAP federal addendum. And is Ms. Bauer, is this you as well?
No, that would be me.
Oh, Mr. Director Chang.
Good evening, board. Just like the LCAP, the staff is presenting the 2024 LCAP federal addendum for board approval this evening. There was one minor error that was caught and changed, and you should have copies of those changes. So at this point, staff is asking for your approval of the LCAP federal addendum.
Thank you, Director Chang. Are there any questions from the board? If not, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on the federal addendum to the LCAP? No members of the public. Any comments or a motion from the board?
I move that the board approve the LCAP federal addendum 2024-25.
Second.
There was a motion by Trustee Lambert, a second by Trustee Blakely. All those in favor of approving the federal addendum to our LCAP?
Aye.
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 That is approved unanimously. And now our item C, our budget overview for parents.
Staff is requesting that the board approve the budget overview for parents.
Questions from the board? Okay. And we do on this one have a question from comment from the public, but let me we have one card, but let me open it formally for public comments. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on the budget process for parents. And we have, let me wait a few more seconds. We have one person in online. So we have Mohan online and we have Mr. Nelson in person. And then we'll set a timer for 3 minutes for these two speakers. There's no more ad. Okay. We'll start with former trustee Nelson.
Thank you. Into the road, Christopher. Over $250,000, if you look at the last page, there's only 2 pages on this, of high need spending was underspent. And if you look at what that $250,000 means for the full 6, that's 4% underspent. Where was that underspent? It was for a middle school science position. Here's my cardboard on the problem. The problem is in middle school science, when you look at last year's LCAP, here's what you find. You find Hispanic students only did 24% met standard, while Asian and whites, their average was 79%. That's a factor of 3 academic achievement gap. This is the kind of underspending that I would again like to complain about. That money, for instance, if you couldn't find a position for a particular teacher that was going to be instruction, you still have 100 or over $250,000. Guess what you could do? These kids need some extra science teaching. You could hire high school kids, junior college kids that are in STEM, are good at STEM, to come in and give individual tutoring for those kids after school. If you've got the money in your pocket and there is a need, if it doesn't mean, oh, you can't figure out how to spend it the way you thought you were going to spend it, figure out another innovative way to spend that money on helping those kids. If you just pocket that money, it's a waste. If you just pocket that money and don't use it to hire somebody else. It doesn't have to be a full-time position for a teacher trainer. It can be kids that will be paid to mentor other kids. They don't have to be free. You can pay them minimum wage. They'll be glad to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one online public comment. So, Mr. Gurunathan.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. As this item is titled Budget Overview for Parents, and being a parent, I was hoping for and looking forward to kind of a walkthrough of this document, because there is quite a lot of numbers and detail in here, and it would be helpful to have at least a little bit of a walkthrough to understand what the main points are in this document. So I want to ask if that is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And so those are public comments. Comments from members of the board or a motion?
Just real quick, I just want to point out, just for the public's edification, that you can go to the last week's board meeting and watch the same presentation about the public overview, and you'll get a full update.
May 30th, that's just what I was going to say. Thank you. I move that we approve the budget overview for parents.
A second.
A motion by trustee Blakely, a second by trustee Berman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The parent budget overview is approved unanimously. And next is our 2024 to 25 budget adoption. Again, all these are these budget items are things that were presented at the last meeting. This is the second review. Dr. Westover?
Staff is requesting that the board approve the budget.
Thank you. Members of the board who have questions? No questions. Are there members of the public who have questions on the budget? Sorry, comments on the budget. Not questions. I see we have one in-person card. Let's see if there's anyone online. And former trustee Nelson.
Thank you. It is former trustee Nelson. Yeah, sort of like I've heard that it was former high school trustee Mitchner was the one that read through the entire budget. And I gather now it is trustee Laura Blakely that reads through the entire 200 plus pages of the budget. I don't know if that's exactly true, but you heard her talking about wanting a month to go through 19 policy changes, and then I believe she would read through all 19 policy changes. In this case, what I want to bring up is it really disappoints me when I see there's leftover general fund money that could have been spent on economically disadvantaged kids. That's happened for years after years, and I'm going to complain about it more and more every possible time that I'm allowed public comment on it. And this is one of the times when I am. It is always a great disappointment because I know that money could have been reallocated to other things that could be used to support those students who are not meeting the standards that the state of California is setting. Just because they're English language learners or just because they're economically disadvantaged doesn't mean you shouldn't be doing a better job in setting your policies and directing your budget people and your other administrators to always maybe 1% overspend those budgets rather than underspend those budgets. Maybe underspend how much money you're going to, for instance, what's the budget for the superintendent having conference travel? Is there a budget item for that? Are you restricting him to 5 figures, or is it going to be 6 figures that he's going to get to spend on his conference travel? Do you have that in the budget? Or is that he can spend what he wants to? And what his new contract says, he doesn't have to come and ask you how much he's going to totally spend. Is that the way you really should be doing budgeting? Maybe Dr. Westover can tell me where there's a limit in this budget where the contract that you're going to approve shows that Dr. Rudolph isn't going to spend more than 5 figures on his conference travel this next year. Is he going to take international travel? He doesn't have to come and ask the board about that. Is it going to go $200,000? He doesn't have to come and ask the board about that, I guess. I don't think that's good budgeting. I think that's poor oversight on your part.
That is the last of our public comments. Comments from the board or a motion?
I move that we approve the 2024-2025 budget adoption as presented.
I second.
Is that a motion by trustee Blakely and second by trustee Lambert? All those in favor of approving the 2024, and for the members of the public, this just starts the process for next year. The budget comes back to us in multiple stages. This kind of just starts the ball rolling on next year's budget. All those in favor, say aye.
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 The 24-25 budget adoption process was approved. Our next item is our resolution number 01053024, our education protection account requirements. And
Staff is requesting that the board adopt the resolution.
are there members of the board who have questions on this? Are there members of the public who have questions on our EPA requirements? The members of the public on this, is there comments or motion from the board on? And this has been a primarily statutory item that comes back each year.
I move that the board adopt resolution number 01-053024, education protection account for the proposed uses of the education protection account funds as identified on the list presented in the materials.
I second.
A motion by trustee Blakely and second by trustee Berman. That all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that's approved unanimously. Our next item, item F, is our amendment to the, oh, excuse me. Oh, that's right, excuse me. For members of the public, we have moved our last item, Q, which is an amendment to our employment agreement for the superintendent. We've moved that above item F, and then we'll get back to item, what was previously item F, that was just the JPA. So for item Q, I believe this would be our President Connolly who will be presenting the details of this item.
Thank you, Vice President Chang. I just have the language that needs to be presented for this item. So this item is the board's prior consideration of the recommended approval of an amendment to the employment agreement for Superintendent Allende Rudolph. Prior to taking final action, Government Code Section 54953 requires an oral summary of the recommendation for approval on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive during open session of a regular meeting in which the final action is to be taken. Accordingly, the following is an oral summary of the financial terms of the employment agreement. The current agreement was to expire on June 30th, 2025. The amendment changes the duration of the agreement, which will now be July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2028. The superintendent's annual base salary is to be increased by the percentage increases provided to certificated and classified employees for the 24-25, 25-26, and 26-27 years by 5%, 5%, and 4% respectively, subject to satisfactory evaluations and other conditions set forth in the amendment and employment agreement. In the event the superintendent purchases a new primary residence, he is authorized to substitute the collateral from the initial primary residence for the district loan with the deed of trust on the new primary residence. Other conditions apply as set forth in the amendment. The amendment requires the districts to pay annual membership fees for certain additional professional organizations and clarifies the approval process for the superintendent's participation in authorized professional development activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? President Connolly, and thank you for all the work behind the scenes. I know you took did a lot behind the scenes for this. One quick question about the some members of the public have been requesting like a copy of the full contract, and on the online agenda there's the changes. It shows on the PDF the changes. Again, this might be for district staff or president. Is there a process where we'll make it easy for members of the public to see the contract rather than emailing us for it?
I believe that a trustee asked that it was within the trustee questions, and so it will be posted online, the contract and previous amendments. And then I'll also point out, Vice President Chang, I was not the only person doing behind the scenes work. This was an entire board effort. That is not something that is driven by a single trustee by any means. So, yeah.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, then we'll open for public comment on this item. I say we have one in person. We have two, two in person. We have 3 online. 4. Okay. So we'll just give people a chance to express their interest in speaking. Okay. So we'll wait a few seconds. This is on amendments to the superintendent's contract. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So we're going to allocate 2 minutes. So 2 minutes per speaker with this. Yes. So 1. Yes. I think that's close enough, though. We'll just do the 2 minutes each of that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, We're going to start, so 2 minutes per speaker. And again, no, people don't necessarily have to use all 2 minutes with that. We're going to have, and Mr. Nelson, again, you can not come to the podium first. Thank you. We're going to have a speaker actually. If you could come to the podium with that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for abiding. 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for moving this up. And I just wanted to comment. I read that list, like the 5 standard that the superintendent jobs is, rated on. Number 1, vision, culture, instructional leadership. The superintendent leads the district by promoting the success of our students, articulating the vision of learning, developing positive school climate, and demonstrating best practice instructional program and staff professional development. Well, the school climate, as I have mentioned with Graham, that's a non-passing grade for me. Operation, resource, and personal management. From what I hear from, how the superintendent operates, I feel like there are staff who don't feel comfortable speaking up, and, speaking out. And it's just like, this is not the kind of, I wish there's a kind of leadership that, kind of encourage collaboration, sharing your thoughts for the better improvement. So I'm not a fan of that. And communications and community relations, I feel like the superintendent hasn't done a good job, especially burning bridge with the city regarding, the joint agreement, and then the green space. And then this elective thing, it could have been avoided if there was better communication put in place, engaging the community, like having people feel more trusted. So I suggest that they'll put a weight on this and don't approve this amendment and wait until the new board comes in and figure that out and let them decide for the next 3 years, because it's not going to be expired until next year anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Our next in-person speaker before we go on to our online speakers is former trustee Nelson.
Yes, I want to actually thank the board president for the process this time, which was open the way it's supposed to be. I didn't have to intervene at the last minute to make sure things were happening they're supposed to. There was something that was a little bit odd, and that was usually what I've read recently as I was trying to figure out if you guys were going to do it right this time, is it says when you have negotiations, you're supposed to tell who your negotiating party is when you do this negotiation with representative upper level management. So if what you're implying is that the main person who was the negotiator was the president, which is usually what is done, you really should have had that on your agendas when you had the closed session that said we're going to negotiate this contract the last time. If it was the president who was negotiating, that's who you should have on the to pass the Brown Act. So just be careful of that. It's not a big issue, but President Conley is wrong. There is supposed to be somebody who's a negotiator. If it was 2 of you, then the 2 of you should have been on there as the negotiators. I don't think the superintendent deserves a full raise this time. And I've written to you pretty extensively about what was done in the past, particularly the very big Teach to One math controversy. And in that case, he was paused, how much raise, and it was given to him a year or 2 later, up to where it would have been. And he lost a little bit of time. It's good for him on his salary increase. That's perhaps good for him to reflect on, Trustee Blakely, when somebody.
Thank you. And next we'll be moving to online comments. So we'll just to know the order. We'll first hear from Mr. Gurunathan and then Ms. Chelik. So Mr. Gurunathan. So Mohan,
Yes, thank you, Trustee Cheng. First, I want to start by saying thank you to all the trustees for moving this item from Q up to its current position. That was certainly the right thing to do, and I know I'm not the only one who appreciates you made this change, so thank you. I also want to thank Trustee Conley. I know it's exceptionally late where she is, and she has a young child, so thank you for your energy and stamina. My first question for the board is, why is there such a rush to renew this contract? Most of this board is planning to leave this year. So how does it make sense that this board should decide on who's the superintendent for the next 3 or 4 years? In all fairness, I believe this decision should belong to the incoming board, who are the ones who will be working side by side with the superintendent in the future. Secondly, I'm sure you know I'm not the only one who's voiced concerns about the superintendent's performance. There's an online petition with 71 signatures and growing that is calling for a change in leadership. I know not everybody values online petitions, but it is a barometer of how the community is feeling. And please, I ask you, please don't repeat the same mistake of failing to collect community feedback on this major decision, which affects all of us. This is not the time to renew the contract for 3 more years. This is the time to solicit opinions from the community, evaluate their concerns, and make a decision that reflects the voice of the community. I would like to respectfully remind you that you as trustees represent the community. In a very real sense, you are accountable to the community and not to the superintendent. Too often it feels like this relationship operates in reverse. Third, the average tenure for a superintendent in America is 3 to 5 years. We have had a single superintendent for 9 years, which is far too long, and 12 is far, far too long. So please do not rush this through.
Thank you. Our next, Ms. Chelik. Dr. Chelik, right, I guess, 2 minutes.
Yes. Again, 3 of the 5 trustees may leave the board this year. Should this outgoing board renew the superintendent's contract for 4 more years at the cost of $500,000 a year when you will no longer be here? As a parent and former site council co-president, I focus on basics. The superintendent is responsible for ensuring that the children of our community learn to read. I spoke at a September board meeting and noted the 349 students in the district report that have reading difficulties. I asked then, how many of these 349 students will be taught to read? And now I ask again, how many of these 349 students in June can read at grade level? Dr. Cindy Wen presented the literacy results. She, as a former principal and first grade teacher, together with intense parent activism and support from board members with family experience in dyslexia, Dr. Wen accomplished more in her first year as a literacy administrator, leading half a dozen educators, than Dr. Rudolph did regarding literacy in the 8 years prior. And a quick sidebar, I strongly disagree with Trustee Conley's opinion that Dr. Rudolph led this literacy effort. Numerous parents, including myself, faced years of pushback and resistance from Dr. Rudolph regarding literacy efforts. Dr. Wen made herself the best candidate for the literacy position by far. Dr. Rudolph had no choice but to support Dr. Wen's candidacy. He simply took credit for it with the board. Again, the number is too high, 349, now 354 who can't read. That's bigger than the population of Bubb Elementary School. Ultimately, the superintendent since 2015 failed at his most basic responsibility, ensuring our children learn to read. There's no excuse for that. Renewing the superintendent's contract would be a mistake at this time. Consider promoting Dr. Wen instead. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be it'll be David, and there'll be Nancy after that. So David has 2 minutes when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. You can tell a lot about a person by the company they keep. And I have to say, I've been pretty impressed with the team around the superintendent. They're dedicated, they're hardworking, and they really care. And I think, as a last speaker mentioned, folks like Dr. Wynn, Dr. Bauer, even Director Perrone, all really great folks that are dedicated to their job. And so one thing I've thought about is that we've got a great team, and that gets us pretty far. And I'm really thankful that that the superintendent has this great team around him, and that there is an environment for them to succeed. And their dedication really shows what leadership and teamwork looks like. Now, the one thing is, we all make mistakes, including me. And I know the superintendent has made mistakes. Nobody can go, I think I heard 9 years without making a mistake. And we're all human. It's part of being human. And when I run my teams, I tell them, you're probably going to be wrong about 40% of the time, because I'm wrong about 40% of the time. The greatest people we've known are wrong 40% of the time. And so I think of considering not just the mistakes, but the successes we've had in the district so far. It's not perfect. I think there's a lot of room for improvement. But I'll go back to where I started, which is I'm pretty impressed with the team. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Nancy, and after that, our last speaker will be E. Rutledge. Nancy, when you're ready, 2 minutes. Thank you. So Nancy, I'm not sure if you hear us. We'll go to E. Rutledge. Let's go to.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you so much. 2 minutes.
Thanks. Thanks so much. Sorry about that. I just have three issues I want to bring up with regard to this coming to a vote tonight. And actually, these are unrelated to the performance concerns that some people have. So my first concern with this coming to a vote is about timing. We are 5 months or so from elections where we will have somewhere between 2 and 4 new board members. I do believe it would be a much more democratic process if we hold off on this decision. And in fact, recently when I tried to make some improvements at Graham, I was told by the superintendent that it would be premature for him to meet with me, basically because he felt that we needed to wait until the new principal was in place. Similarly, I think a decision on this is premature until we have our new board members in place. Secondly, the duration, if this for some reason needs to be voted on tonight, I'm wondering why it needs to be another 3 to 4 year commitment. Again, we'll have new board members who will be, they have to hold up this contract. So that's my second concern. Third, I'm not quite sure why this has to happen tonight when there's still plenty of time left, a year or so on the current contract. And then finally, with regard to content specific to the home loan agreement, when this originally came up, there were over 1,000 people who signed a petition against the home loan agreement. The housing market is not a guaranteed win. I don't know why we are doing a rollover rather than having the district cash out. Seems like the district might be gambling with our appreciation that has been gained so far on whatever home the superintendent wants to sell. So those are my concerns with this vote tonight, and I hope you'll take them into consideration. Thanks so much.
Our last speaker is E. Rutledge.
Hi, this is Erica. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a Graham parent, and I'll try to be quick. And thank you very much for pulling this forward and staying late. I actually sympathize with not wanting to wait until 45 days before the end of the superintendent's contract renewal to let him know whether or not he's being renewed. I think that's a sane, humane way to approach business. But I don't think it's necessary to go to a 4-year contract right now. So I think, and I don't think that we need to vote on it today, or you need to vote on it today. It does feel a bit rushed. And I think maybe there's an interim option that might be there. Sorry, it's late and I'm tired and wordy. The annual increase of 8%, 7% feels very rich, above market, and inappropriate, particularly as others have pointed out. I'm not sure that this has really been the superintendent's best year. But the one piece that I'm most concerned with is what the last speaker mentioned, the promissory note. The treatment of that, I think, is concerning. I think the language is vague. Decades ago, I used to do financial work with a lot of contracts, and we always wanted to make sure it was crystal clear exactly how the math was going to work. And it is not clear to me from reading the various documents and amendments exactly how the math will work. And I think it's important that be clarified well in advance and reviewed prior to signing. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends public comments. Are there comments or a motion from the board? Specifically.
Thank you. Yeah, I have some comments. I just wanted to clarify a few things. The intent, I think, going back to like 2019 was to have a 4-year contract that just rolled forward every year. And as Trustee Conley read in the remarks, the contract is subject to satisfactory evaluations. We are on a June 30th fiscal year, as are, I believe, all public agencies in California. And it is routine and standard, and we have done it year in and year out to review the contract at the end, near the end of that fiscal year. So I think in one year we might have started in April, but I think this year we maybe started in May. Sometimes we finalize things in May. It often goes to the last meeting in June. So this is totally standard. It's been on the agenda before. And I don't, and as far as the compensation, the proposed, or the contract amounts are exactly the same deal that all of our teachers and all of our uncertificated staff are getting in the 2 union contracts. So it just matches what everybody else is getting. And I am very much in support of the contract.
Any other comments from the board or a motion?
I move that we approve the contract as presented.
I second.
So there's a motion by Trustee Blakely and a second by Trustee Berman. All those in favor of approving the Fourth Amendment to the employment agreement for the superintendent, say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
All those that say nay, nay. To let the record show that there are 4 trustees in support, Trustee Blakely, Trustee Berman, Trustee Lambert, and President Connolly, and no, myself, Trustee Chain. It's been a long meeting, so let's say like 5 minutes, 5-minute break. So we'll resume at 11:25. Our next item will be the JPA. What time? So 5-minute break. board back. Let's see. Yes, it's pushing 3 a.m., almost 3 a.m. over there. Yeah. Okay. So, do we want to see if we can get done it? Yeah, let's see. Okay. We got 30 minutes. If the district staff, okay, so it looks like they're ready. So we will resume this meeting on item. We are now on the amendment to the Education Enhancement Reserve, a joint powers agreement. And this is, I believe, the joint by Dr. Ruff and Dr. Westover, or?
I'll present. Just want to thank the board for the last action item. I know there's opportunities to grow for us, and I plan on working on those, but I do appreciate the confidence in the work that we do. Staff is bringing an amendment to the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement. I just want to, just real quick, staff did send, and it was affirmed by the board president, President Berman at the time, who requested a letter of reassurance that payments would actually continue until we got a long-term deal. City staff sent back a different contract with new terms, and staff does not have the authority to negotiate based off of the September 18th meeting. I also do want to point out, just real quick, that typically in my 9 years being here, the EER JPA actually meets to approve any agreements before they come to any of the governing bodies. However, our last meeting in December only simply covered the summary of payments and how the funds were used. Therefore, because the EER JPA has not met, nor does staff have the ability to negotiate the terms of any additional contract, staff is bringing back the original agreed upon contract that was agreed upon last year for approval by the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Seeing no questions, we'll go turn over to public comments on the joint powers agreement. And we have two cards. Sorry, I must have got them mixed up. These were turned in earlier, so they might have got shuffled in. Yes, they were very early. Okay. I think we have Councilmember Matichek and then Assistant Manager, City Assistant Manager Andrews. So we'll put up a clock for 3 minutes.
Thank you. And good evening. I'm Lisa Matichak, the Vice President of the Shoreline Community. And I would like to summarize the chronology of all of the events for this item before you. On September 8th, 2023, Mountain View Wisman School District staff informed Shoreline Community staff that the Santa Clara County Office of Education expressed concern about the district's inclusion of Education Enhancement Reserve JPA payments in future years due to the June 30th, 2024 expiration of the agreement. On September 28th, 2023, Shoreline Community staff received a formal letter from district staff requesting an assurance of future payments. In response, the Shoreline Community staff offered to amend the existing agreement through fiscal year 2026-27 to accommodate the district's request. On October 10th, 2023, the Shoreline Community Board authorized amending the agreement through 2027. On November 27th, 2023, Shoreline Community staff provided a draft amendment to the Mountain View Wisman School District staff extending the term continuity of payments through 2027. In January 2024, Mountain View Wisman School District staff requested that Section 4.1 of the agreement be amended to state that the Shoreline Community would forego any bond issuance through 2027 or until a successor EER JPA had been approved. The The request was denied due to the uncertainty of development in North Bayshore and the legal obligation to provide public infrastructure in North Bayshore if and when required. On April 25th, 2024, City Manager McCarthy sent a letter to Superintendents Meyer and Rudolph inquiring about the status of the amendment to the EER JPA. Superintendent Meyer responded that it had been approved at their May 6th board meeting, and Superintendent Rudolph responded on May 14th that the board would vote on it no later than the last meeting in June. This past Monday, just a few days ago, was the first time the Shoreline community staff received any indication that Mountain View Wisman School District would not be adopting the amendment as presented in November of last year. So I would encourage you to adopt the amendment as it was presented in November of last year. Thank you.
Thank you, City Council Member Matichak. Assistant Manager Andrews, are you going to? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We will now turn this over to this no one online, so we will turn this over to board comments or a motion. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, we have our City Manager McCarthy. So we'll set a timer for 3 minutes. Thank you, Manager McCarthy, when you're ready.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. I would just like to reiterate what the Vice Mayor just stated and correct the record that there was never any commitment from the city to continue any agreement that said that the city would not bond. The original agreement agreed that the city would not bond for the fiscal year 23-24 fiscal year. So there was no new terms that were sent back. There was never a discussion about the city not bonding and agreeing to that. It was always understood between staff that the district had a very strong desire to extend the agreement for 3 years. And as the Vice Mayor just stated, city staff moved mountains to bring an agreement forward less than a month after it was requested by city staff, brought it before council in October of 23. At that meeting, a couple of the trustees spoke in favor of that 3-year agreement. Every written communication, every phone call, every email always indicated what was in the 3-year agreement. There was no bonding promise. Everything was outlined very clearly. So I just want to reiterate what the Vice Mayor said, that this is quite disturbing to know that an item was put on the agenda this evening that was not agreed upon by the city council. It was not agreed upon by staff and came as a surprise to the city. It is not what the city and the Mountain View Los Altos School District have agreed to. So I just want to state this for the record and make it very clear that there was never anything that was not known by all of staff and all of the parties. So if there is anything that trustees or district administrators would like to see in writing, we're happy to provide everything that's been done since that October timeframe. But I just want to make it very clear that the city has always acted in good faith, has always been very transparent about what was going to happen with this agreement. There was never any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager McCarthy. Are there comments from the board or clarifying questions? And I think that we have both the Assistant City Manager, City Council Member, City Manager, and we have district staff. So I think if you have any clarifying questions, it could be directed to either any people. Because I have a question. It's this. I have a clarifying question based on what the city manager McCarthy just said about the bonding. Is the city working to bond against the shoreline community at this moment? Sorry, does somebody want to? You have to press the button too. It's just with that. Thank you. You can give us more money and we'll get the cushy seats for everybody. Okay.
There we go. Thank you, Arne Andrews, Assistant City Manager, and Chair and Trustees. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. There are currently no plans. We're currently not working with any financial advisors or anyone, underwriters, to issue any bonds. It's more the uncertainty of what the future might hold, and we just can't attest to that. And so we can't commit to a phrase that would say we wouldn't bond because we just don't know. But there is currently absolutely nothing in the works right now. No financial advisors, no underwriters, nothing of that nature.
Thank you for answering the question.
I'm curious in terms of the timeline, if the city, so there's no plans right now, how long would you anticipate if you decided like next week that you did want to bond? What's the time frame before things would be ready to?
It typically takes probably on the effort of about 6 months, and that would probably be quick because it's probably been a while. The last thing they did out there was a private placement. They refunded and did it in a private placement. When you do a private placement, you don't have to do an official statement. Anytime you bond and it actually needs an official statement, that document alone can take months. It requires strict legal review. You're speaking to the market at that point. And so anything that you attest to in an OS, in an official statement, has to be vetted thoroughly legally to make sure that we're not mischaracterizing anything when we speak to investors. It would take considerable time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a follow-up question. In past communications between the city and the school district, the city is often asked for, like, if there's something that the school district is doing proactively, let the city know. Could the school district be like assured that if the situation changes and the city is planning to do a bond against shoreline, that they would proactively notify the JPA members?
Sure. I mean, something like a bond issuance is going to be a very public event anyway. You know, you have to put together documents that are disseminated to the public so that they understand what the risks or rewards might be if they choose to invest in it. And I think we've shown in the past that on matters of substance, especially where it involves, you know, the three agencies that are a party to this EER JPA, that we've been very transparent.
Thank you,
My pleasure.
Andrews. Any other comments, or is there a motion?
I would have a question, given the timing, or that it would take at least 6 months and potentially longer. I'm a little confused as to why the form that continues that language for 1 more year, not for 3 years, for 1 year, would not be acceptable. It doesn't seem like it would change the city's plans, since there aren't any plans at the moment.
Trustee Lambert.
I move that the board approve the amendment to Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement, EER.
The 1-year contract that was included in the package? Or extension, yeah.
The amendment, that's in our agenda item here.
Second.
There's a motion by Trustee Lambert and a second by Trustee Blakely. All those in favor of approving the amendment to the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement, say aye. Those, those against, I'm against. So let the record show that it was approved by a vote of 4 trustees. So President Connolly, Trustee Lambert, Trustee Berman, and Trustee Blakely, and 1 against, Trustee Ching. Our next item, and thank you, City Council Member Matichek and Assistant Manager Andrews for coming. Our next item is we're going to do a public hearing regarding the proposed educational parcel tax. So we're gonna, it's an interesting thing. We kind of close out our regular meeting and go into a public hearing. So we're gonna close this meeting at 11:40 and open this public hearing at 11:40. And in this hearing, who will be presenting? Let's see. Thank you. And if Dr. Westover ready for?
So I'll actually take this one. Staff is just asking that the board considers the proposed educational parcel tax for the November 5th, 2024 ballot, and which we talked about the previous meeting and I provided summary information on.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? There are members of the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, return to support for comments or a motion. And I'll just say, I'm excited. I'm grateful that Mountain View realize how important parcel taxes are to ensure that we have a quality school system with both residents and members who have kids in the school district. And this one's no different. The ballot language in this of kind of continue without this parcel tax, things like science education is jeopardized, and the arts. And while I appreciate the work that's done by the Education Foundation, that's just a small fraction of what it takes to do science or arts. Education Foundation they supplement, but this parcel tax is critical to those. And I welcome that the ballot language kind of shows the district's pledge to have a well-rounded education for kids. Trustee Blakely.
I'm just not sure what the process is. Do we need to close the public hearing before we vote on?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
There's 2 public comments online that were not recognized earlier.
Oh, forgive me. It's late and I did not see that. With that, we'll take the public comments and then we'll. So, in the order, so we have Eric Chelik and then E. Rutledge. We'll set up a timer for 3 minutes. So then I'll take Chelik when you're ready.
Yes, I hope that this bond, this measure, will have more transparency and honesty to the Mountain View community, unlike the Measure T bond, which had very cryptic and obtuse language saying perimeter controls, when really what that meant was putting up ugly black fences and setting up video surveillance of our campuses. And those are things that were not universally supported, particularly at Montaloma, but also at the Bub neighborhood, and done with little public input in a very hurried way. And the election was with very few people in the spring of March 2020, and was tried to be implemented in the fall of that year, the fences, which were postponed for a year. So I think the board needs to be very careful about how this language gets expressed, because the school district has taken a hit because of the actions of the superintendent and because of the misleading language that was expressed in the Measure T bond. It will be difficult. It will be difficult. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. And next will be E. Rutledge, and we see a speaker, so Aman Gurunathan. Given the public nature of a public hearing, we will permit that. So Mr. Gurunathan will be third, but E. Rutledge, about that, we have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Let me start by saying that my entire life, I have always voted in favor of taxing myself more in order to do better for other people. And this will probably be the year when that changes. what I've observed of the spending and the budget oversight at the district appears weak. And I say this as somebody who was a vice president of finance for Universal Studios Hollywood, where we went through those budgets line by line. And at one point, and this is a true story, somebody said, wait a minute, are we really saying that, look at this item, it's $200,000 to put a door over there on that wall, $200,000. In other parts of the country, you could build a house for that. And I think that the district is falling prey to the same behavior. It's natural. The numbers are big, but I listened to you talk about spending $2.7 million on redoing some offices in the district and then saying that it would cost $1 million in order to give all of the kids the same kind of field trips that they have at Stevenson's. I mean, I think you really need to listen to yourselves. And if that's the way people are looking at the dollars that we taxpayers are spending and how much of it is actually getting to the kids on things that they value, it's really, I mean, honestly, I'm getting a little emotional and it's tired. I'm tired, but it's upsetting. And I can't in good conscience vote for any more spending until I feel like the dollars are being spent wisely and scrutinized. Thank you.
And our last comment is by 3 minutes, Mr. Mohan Gurunathan.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. I feel like the last two speakers spoke exactly the points that I wanted to make. My whole life also, I have always voted in favor of education taxes. I always thought, you know, there's nothing too good for our students, and that I would pay any tax to support that. But again, after seeing that the way this district spends money and what they spend it on, I will not pay a single cent. I will not vote for a single tax measure. Again, I'm tired here. I apologize. To support funding for this district because of the way they've spent money. $12 million on electronic locks for all the doors in the district. Are you serious? If you assume about 100 doors per campus, we're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of like $12,000 per door per electronic lock. I mean, this is just obscene. And we have teachers who are asking for donated supplies. I mean, where are our priorities? It's just egregious and extremely upsetting. And I know I'm not the only one who feels this way. We need to take a close look in the mirror and reconcile what we spend our money on. Thank you.
We have 20 minutes allocated for the public hearing, and I see one more speaker. Sorry, board, I'm going to permit it. Public hearings are meant to be inclusive to the public. So we'll put 3 minutes up for Karen. You know, like with public hearings, until we exhausted 20 minutes on the item, I don't think it's in the spirit of it. If we said 20 minutes per hearing, we should allow people in the public to speak. Karen, we'll set a timer for 3 minutes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I think everything that was said earlier is true. I'm sorry, Laura Blakely, that you're so annoyed that I have something to say about this. I have been involved with this board for closer to 10 years. This is really sad. You literally have the city manager commenting, a city council member commenting, several parents who you all know who are not just like not informed. Like, when is enough enough? This is embarrassing for our city. Please listen to us. We elected you, and we would hope that you would listen to us and enact positive change. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last of our public comments. We're going to close this public hearing, and I believe, so we close it, then we do our vote. That's my recollection, right? So we're going to close this public hearing at 11:50 and resume our school board meeting at 11:50 for board comments. Trustee Blakely.
I would just like to clarify, this has happened. We've had this conversation on multiple occasions, but Bond money goes for infrastructure and improvements. This is a parcel tax. Tax money mostly goes for operating costs, salaries, programming. It does not go for buildings or, improvements. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. And also we've had prior discussions about this, but perhaps Dr. Rudolph, you can remind us, this would help pay for TK, which is an unfunded mandate. It's going to help pay for salaries or the preschools with the canceled contracts. What are some of the other large ticket items?
Correct. So the increase of preschool, which actually may cost a little bit more because Castro is not at the 80% mark anymore, which means full day isn't free. It also will pay for TK expansion, which is about $2.8 million. It will also cover the gap for the ELOC program, which is after school funding. It pays for Rhythm and Moves, which provides all the elementary teachers with a planning period. It pays for CSMA, guidance counselors, as well as a couple of other things. Dr. Westover may have the full list, but it pays for a wide complement of things to make sure that our kids have a well-rounded education.
Thank you. Appreciate the refresher.
I had a comment about, we had members of the community who've been involved in the schools for a long time who just said that they weren't in support of the parcel tax, and I would strongly encourage them to respectfully to reconsider. And for those who aren't in support of the parcel tax, that it's not the right way to show a frustration for a school system to deprive children of the revenue of the dollars that go direct. These dollars go directly into the classroom, unlike the restrictions that you'd see in a bond, as explained by Trustee Blakely. If there's frustrations and concerns, they should. My suggestions, respectfully, would be to get involved in the parcel tax committee, because if a parcel tax is the oversight committee, if it passes, which I hope it does, if you're involved, and the parcel tax committee is always looking for more members, and they have the power to do a negative recommendation, and that speaks volumes. So, the ballot language of this says that that this is to support students struggling with this, word for word, a quote, students struggling for reading and writing, enhancing science, technology, engineering, arts, and math programs. If you don't think this is happening, then the oversight committee has power. You also have voters also have the have trustees they can hold accountable if they're dissatisfied. But I think taking away dollars from the kids, I think, is the least effective, in my opinion, way to present change in the district. I think it just brings a crisis and just hurts the kids. Are there other comments, or is there a motion to approve?
So just a point of order, you actually have to move to item H now. You are still in the public comment and you haven't moved on.
For the
No, sorry. You had a public hearing and now which is now item G. You actually have to call for the election and the approval. The public hearing is just for the comments. And now in order to vote on it, you have to move to item H. I just want to point out, because I see Steve Nelson sitting up there and he's probably going to want to comment, but technically he will be commenting in the public hearing, which has just closed.
Actually, I'm commenting on item 8. In every item on an agenda is supposed to have ability for a public comment. So I want to comment on how you guys are going to vote on whether this should go.
Yeah.
So just a point of clarification, the public hearing was afforded for people to make comments, which is what we just had.
Yeah.
Now the public hearing is closed, and you now move to the next item, which is the actual resolution.
And I think some of us might be confused because the paper doesn't show that item. So if on the website it does. So
Oh, good. Oh, good. Thank you.
So I think that's why some of us were confused.
That's why I was confused.
There's an item missing.
It's trying to keep you straight so that your comments are.
Now that public hearings, so we are going to move to the next item, which is resolution 03053024, calling for the election approval of the parcel tax. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. And don't, Dr. Westerford, I see responsible, but I
Yep.
don't know if there's
I,
any.
I can do this one. It's just simply staff is asking that you approve, you approve the resolution 0305030024 calling for election for the approval of a parcel tax.
Thank you. Are there members of the board who have questions? Is a question, Trustee Blakely? Or no? Okay. Then if no questions from the board, members of the public. And before we do that, it is 11:55. Should we extend the meeting? Next few items might go pretty quick, but who's got a guess?
I make a motion that we extend the meeting till 12:30 your time.
For President Connolly's motion at 12:30. The motion by President Connolly, second by Trustee Blakely for move to 12:30. Our final extension. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Mr. Nelson, I should be investing in yellow paper, Mr. Nelson. Okay. So we'll set a timer for 3 minutes.
Yep.
And I see no other people wishing to speak. So, Mr. Nelson.
Okay. Yeah, I urge all of you to vote yes on this, put it on the election. One of the things is some commented or said the other one was on an off election, special election. This is right on the general election. So there'll be plenty of turnout. You guys really have to listen to what that survey said. It said when people are unhappy and think their community isn't being listened by you or by the superintendent, unfortunately, some of them will vote no because of that. So you're going to have a no vote. You saw what the survey results were and why people don't necessarily trust the this legislative body or the chief administrator that you have. I think it's a really good fair tax as the survey showed up. I wish the superintendent would have listened to changing the name of it because a rose, if you call it a rose and you're in Spain, you're probably using the wrong word for it. If you call it a parcel tax, we've seen it, it gets confused about a flat tax, and that's not what this is. It's a uniform special tax. It's an education special tax. So I'm sorry, the superintendent wasn't interested in that comment of mine, but I urge you to go ahead and put this on the ballot. And I won't be the official opposition on this matter as I was the last time a flat tax came up.
Are there members of the board who have comments or questions or a motion, that is, comments or a motion?
I move that we approve placing the the education parcel tax. Whoops, it just went away, the resolution number. But I move that we place it on the ballot.
And then this will be for the November 5th, 2024 election.
Thank you.
Authorizing necessary action in connection therewith. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion by Trustee Blakely and second by Trustee Berman. And all those in favor of?
Aye.
Aye.
Here we go. That was approved unanimously.
So I just realized it's midnight and I know Ms. Bauer's going to be up, but I got to turn off the alarm. Otherwise the police will be here.
Okay.
Because it automatically sets.
Oh, okay. And so the dashboard is that, so so we are on to our California dashboard local indicators. Chief Academic Officer Bob.
Yeah. So thank you. So board, I came to you at the last meeting and presented information on the local indicators which get loaded to the California dashboard. So tonight I'm just seeking approval of the local indicators.
Is there any questions from the board? Are there members of the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, are there comments from the board? I have just one comment. I just wanted to thank Kathy. I wanted to say it's been a privilege working with you all these years in my 6 years on the board. You've been one of the most longest familiar faces, and it's been a privilege having you presenting, like having you present and working with you over the years. So
Thank you, Trustee Chang. I appreciate it. And I wish you much luck. And I hope you'll consider, as you move into Redwood City, running maybe for their board.
probably not, but thank you. Is there a motion for the?
I move that we approve the 2023-2024 California Gas Board local indicators as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. And our next item is, okay, we have a set of resolutions and just, well, I think because we're going to post some online and stuff like that, are we comfortable with foregoing a chorus reading and just make sure that they're published in the right places for people to see or for affirmation in these communities? And okay, so our first resolution, the 0161324, in supporting the rights and freedoms and equality of those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and or gender expansive.
Staff is asking that you approve the resolution as presented.
Are there any questions from the board? And if none, are there members of the public who wish to speak on this item? My Zoom is not showing up. No, okay, thank you. Turn this back to, are there any comments or a motion for this?
Make a motion that we approve this resolution number 01-61324 as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
There's a motion by Trustee Berman
Can
and by Trustee, oh, no, actually, and we'll take, and we'll, for the record, second by Trustee Blakely, but we can continue with comments. President Connolly.
Thank you very much, Vice President Chang. I just wanted to point out for the public that at our previous board meeting on May 30th, we discussed kind of our overall calendar of heritage months to be not only celebrating, but also incorporating educational opportunities about. And so these three resolutions come from that. They're months, two of them, their months have already passed, but we wanted to make sure to include them this year because we've got this new process in place.
Thank you, President Connolly. And in supporting LGBTQ month, I believe in our consent agenda, this will come back in October. So we're going to get a chance to celebrate when the kids are in session too. Are we going to put up flags? I know the city.
Flag is already up.
I missed it. That's, thank you for that. So there was a motion and a second. So all those in favor of approving this resolution?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Our next item will be supporting, it will be resolution number 0206132. Oh, they all have the same resolution. Oh, I see. It's number. This is 02. Yeah, no, that's the date. I didn't even think about that. Supporting and recognition of a Jewish American Heritage Month.
Staff is asking that you approve the following resolution 02061324.
Is there thank you, Dr. Ruff. Is there questions from the board? Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? And somebody will need to let me know. My Zoom screen's not coming up if there's anyone. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ruff. Back to board comments. I know there's members of the community who have talked to us in the past, and I think they'd be thankful to get a copy. I don't know whether it be President Connolly or Dr. Ruff, if we can send a copy to those members who've emailed us about this. I think it would bring them a sense of community. Is there a motion or further comment?
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 02-061324, supporting the recognition of Jewish American Heritage Month.
Second.
There's a motion by Trustee Berman, a second by Trustee Blakely. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimously. And next is 03-061324, supporting the recognition of National Arab American Heritage Month.
Staff is asking that you pass the resolution as presented.
And is there any questions from the board? Are there members of the public who wish to speak? It says no, another, and then board comments.
I move that we approve resolution number 03-061324, supporting the recognition of National Arab American Heritage Month as presented.
So motion by trustee Blakely, and is there a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Berman. I just say that I wish the world could do this too, support these things back to back like we're about to. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that passed unanimously. And
Aye.
Dr. Roth, these things go at a website somewhere or the?
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
We have a page that focuses on the board's commitment to equity and inclusion, and it has every resolution that you've ever passed, and we continue to, and as well as a Better Together and everything else is on there.
Thank you for the work and for that. Next is resolution 05-061324, specification of the election order.
The following resolution is needed in order for the board to call for an election and to be a part of the election for the November for the November ballot. This basically states that you will have trustees whose terms are coming to an end, and we just have to send it in before the end of the month.
Questions from the board? So I had one question, and I know that it was addressed in the board Q&A doc online, but in the resolution itself, it says that candidates have to pay for the cost of printing their ballot statements. Historically in our district, we were one of the few districts that in order to be inclusive, we covered all but $200 of the printing costs, because otherwise it's thousands of dollars to run. Is it, and I just wanted to clarify, the question is, I think Dr. Ross in his comments back on said we would have to make an affirmative statement that we wanted to continue to that inclusive language. So is that the case that we would have to say that we wanted to continue that?
Yeah, that's our legal counsel prepared this. So it's just a matter of us making the adjustment. I don't think they had the context that they were doing it, so they just sent the document over to us.
Is there any questions? If not, we'll go to public comments. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak about this item about kind of formally having the November election for the school board? Again, I'm assuming none, because I can't, my Zoom screen's frozen. It's tired. Okay. Okay, board comments, and I wonder if we get affirmative, the board's thoughts about continuing to pay a small part of our, so marginal to our budget, but there was like what do you call it, a grand jury in Santa Clara County that like commended us for being one of the few districts that made it from an equitable standpoint, took on that cost.
From an equity perspective, I'm very supportive. I don't think it's thousands of dollars, but I still think it is potentially a bar for people that might want to run and not have the financial resources. So I'm very supportive of having the district pay, the excess over $200.
As am I.
Me too. So, okay, so it looks like that's the change, and we'll continue to be a leader in that front. Then if there's any other comments or a motion?
Make a motion that we approve and adopt resolution number 05-061324, specific. Oh, am I reading the wrong one?
I think it's 05.
Oh.
Yes, it's 05-061324 as amended.
Okay, I recommend that we approve and adopt resolution number 05-061324, specifications of the election order as presented.
With
as amended. Yeah. As amended.
Sorry, as amended, so that we can include covering that cost for individuals that would like to run.
Yeah, and so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So motion by trustee Berman, second by trustee Blakely, and I just one quick comment. I don't know if the district runs like a Q&A for potential candidates, or if that's only the county, but I do know anecdotally that we once had a candidate who ran for school board, in the last election who didn't submit a candidate statement because he thought that he had to pay the whole thing. So his lack of knowledge that it was subsidized is the reason why he did not have a candidate statement in the ballot. Yeah, in Mount V. Westman, our last election. So, yeah. So I just think we need to let people know that that's a thing. All those in favor?
Oh, sorry. Aye.
So
I didn't realize I was unmuted. I was shushing the baby.
that was approved unanimously. And our next is our employment agreement for academic officer Kathy Bowers.
Correct. Staff I'm asking that you approve the amendment for Chief Academic Officer Kathy Bauer. This amendment would extend the term of the contract until 2027, as well as provide a 5% increase to the current salary, with her new salary being $321,659.79, beginning on July 1st, 2024, with subsequent increases of 5%, beginning July 1st, 2025, and 4% beginning on July 1st, 2026, provided satisfactory evaluations have been achieved. Additionally, the associate superintendent will advance one step per year, which is equal to 3% of the associate superintendent salary beginning July 1st, 2024.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? There are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? And seeing none, is there comments or a motion?
I move that we approve the employment agreement with Tara Victor.
Oh, this is very
I'm sorry,
academic
I'm in the
officer
wrong-
power. We'll
I'm
be
sorry, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Very late night.
Trying to pull up the right, with Kathy Bauer as Chief Academic Officer as presented.
Second.
So is that motion by trustee Blakely, second by trustee Berman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously, and thank you for a long service to the district. Next one is our employment contract for Dr. Westover, our Chief Business Officer.
I'm requesting that you approve the employment contract for Dr. Rebecca Westover as Chief Business Officer, also Assistant Superintendent. This amendment would extend the term of her contract until 2027, as well as provide for increase to the current annual salary, or new salary starting next year would be $300,849.48, beginning July 1st, 2024, with subsequent increases of 5% beginning in July 1st, 2025, and 4% beginning July 1st, 2026, provided satisfactory evaluations have been achieved. Additionally, the assistant superintendent will advance one step each year, which will equal to 3% of the assistant superintendent salary beginning July 1st, 2024.
Any questions from the board? Assuming none, then any members of the public wish to speak on this item? And seeing none, then is there a motion or comments or a motion?
I move that we approve the employment agreement with Dr. Rebecca Westover as Chief Business Officer as presented.
Second.
There's a motion by trustee Blakely, second by trustee Berman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Westover. All right, next one is our employment agreement with Tara Vickert, our Chief Human Relations Officer.
Yep. I'm requesting that you approve the employment agreement for Tara Victor as Chief Human Relations Officer, also Assistant Superintendent. This amendment would extend the term of her contract until 2027, as well as provide for an increase to her current salary, which next year will be $288,157.45. Beginning July 1st, 2024, with subsequent increases of 5% beginning in July 1st, 2025, and 4% beginning July 1st, 2026, provided satisfactory evaluations have been achieved. Additionally, the assistant superintendent will advance one step each year, which is equal to 3% of the assistant superintendent salary beginning July 1st, 2024.
Are there questions from the board? If not, then any public comments on this item? None, then, and then we'll all move to comments or a motion from the board.
I move that we approve the employment agreement with Tara Vichard as Chief Human Relations Officer as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and Dr. Ruff, something that one of the public commenters, David, said that really stuck out to me is you really have put together a super team. It's going to be an amazing 24-25 year next year.
It's an all-star team.
It is an all-star team.
I'm glad to work with each and every single one of them.
Principals all the way to district office. That's
correct.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. And we are now on to board updates. With that, are there any members of the board who have any updates?
Just wishing you luck. It's not an update, but wishing you all the best, Chris.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I would like to, we came on the board together, and I want to thank you for your ideas, your commitment, you showing up at every single meeting, and ready to serve our students, our communities, our families. So it's been great working with you, and maybe you will run for school board in Redwood City someday.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's been a long ride. Like, it's been a lot of changes. Thank you. It's been
a pleasure working with you last time around.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ruff. It's been a pleasure. And if you permit me, I'm going to, with permission, take my sign.
You can take your sign. I'm not. I just wanted to add my congratulations and thanks, Vice President Chang. And I am sure that wherever you are in the future, you will continue to serve children in your community because that's where your heart lies. And thank you for your time and your commitment to our school board.
Thank you. And another item, if with the board's permission, if I can I'm going to take the gavel with me. Is that all right? Yeah, the whole summer to replace it. President Connolly, can I steal your gavel?
I don't know if anyone has ever taken the gavel before.
Well, we keep Ellen.
I'm not attached to it, but
Okay, this will be my retirement plan.
I did try to give it to you in December, Chris, just to note.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Are there any other board updates? If not, there's no future meetings. It's the summer, the retreat. I think Dr. Rudolph sent out the times if I figure out the retreat in August. Yeah. And wish you guys luck there. And we adjourn this meeting at 12:18.